for a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Madam County Attorney. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to a special call meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is July 29, 2024. It is 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Vice Chair Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Continue.
240494, adoption of the July 29th, 2024 special call meeting agenda.
All right, motion to adopt. Motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Let's vote, please, on the adoption of the agenda.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
240495, hearing by the Board of Commissioners on removal of Housing Authority of Fulton County's Commissioners pursuant to OCGA Section 8-3-53.
Okay. I have a few introductory remarks to set the stage for the hearing. We will now convene the hearing on item number 24-0495 regarding removal of the remaining Housing Authority of Fulton County members. The Housing Authority's law gives Fulton County Board of Commissioners the authority to remove a Housing Authority appointee for the following reasons: inefficiency or neglect of duty or misconduct in office. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether, pursuant to OCGA 8353, Ontavious Weems and Lamar White should be removed from their positions on the Housing Authority of Fulton County. On July 17, 2024, Mr. Weems and Dr. White were provided notice of today's hearing and now have the opportunity to appear, to be represented by counsel, and to present evidence. During this hearing, the Board of Commissioners will hear from the public and the parties and will base its decision on the applicable law and the evidence presented. Now, to provide some context for today's hearing, I'm going to give some background that you will hear more about in the evidence that will be presented. The Housing Authority of Fulton County, this is important, is a separate entity from Fulton County. All funding for the Housing Authority is from federal grants administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, known as HUD. That includes program benefits, staffing, facilities, equipment, and all other administrative costs, none of which are provided or controlled by Fulton County. The county's only role in the Housing Authority is the appointment and removal, if necessary, of Housing Authority board members. Important to note, these board members receive no compensation. The reason we're here today is for this removal hearing because of members of the public, staff of the Housing Authority, and members of the Housing Authority Board have been reaching out to the county through individual commissioners on this board and in public comment during almost every board meeting since late in 2023. These reports of dysfunction at the Housing Authority have included allegations of non-compliance, sexual harassment with non-compliance with terms of federal grants, financial mismanagement, failure to submit required documentation to HUD, unfair hiring practices, and other misconduct. Voucher recipients have also reported excessive delays or failures at the Housing Authority that have resulted in their eviction or risk of imminent eviction. And most recently, HUD looked into the Housing Authority's operations and has informed the Housing Authority Board multiple times in writing of serious deficiencies amounting to emergency conditions that warrant immediate action or intervention. One of HUD's recommendations has been to reconstitute the Housing Authority Board. To facilitate compliance with that recommendation, the Board of Commissioners unanimously agreed to ask all current Housing Authority Board members to resign. All members, except Antavius Weems and Lamar White, whose removal is the subject of today's hearing, submitted their resignation as requested. Because Antavius Weems and Lamar White refused to resign, the Board of Commissioners is conducting this hearing to determine if the evidence shows that they should be removed for their inefficiency or neglect of duty or misconduct in office as Housing Authority members. These proceedings are being recorded, and we will be making a record. First, we will hear from anyone who filled out a public comment card regarding this hearing. If anyone wants to be heard on this item, but has not yet completed a public comment card, please fill out a card now and submit it to the clerk. When your name is called, you will come to the microphone, state your name, state the name of any group or association you may represent. After that, we will hear from Dr. Pamela Rochelle, who is Fulton County's Chief Operating Officer, and any other individual she would like to call to provide testimony. And lastly, we will then call to hear from Mr. Weems and Dr. White and anyone they would like to provide testimony. If you intend to provide testimony, you will be sworn in before your testimony is taken. If you do speak, you will be subject to questions. If you refuse to speak or to respond to be sworn in, your testimony will be considered in that context and given its due weight. At the close of the hearing, the commissioners will deliberate and consider the applicable law and make a decision based on the evidence presented today by staff, Mr. Weems, Dr. White, or the public. And I respectfully ask that everyone be courteous and respectful. I ask that audience members not interrupt a speaker or shout out comments. There will be no dialogue between speakers and audience members. Now, Madam Clerk, first and foremost, can you confirm compliance with the notice requirements?
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I confirm that the notice of the meeting was published in the Fulton Neighbor on July 24, 2024, and notice of today's hearing was provided to Mr. Antavius Weems and Dr. Lamar White on July 17, 2024, via certified mail, return receipt requested. I have marked the following exhibits for inclusion in the record. Exhibit 1 is the affidavit of publication for the notice of today's public hearing that was published in the Fulton Neighbor on Wednesday, July 24, 2024. Exhibit 2 is a copy of the notice of the hearing that was sent via certified mail to Mr. Weems on July 17, 2024. Exhibit 3 is a copy of the United States Postal Service tracking certification of delivery on July 19, 2024 at 4:15 p.m. of the notice of the hearing that was mailed to Mr. Weems on July 17, 2024. Exhibit 4 is a copy of the notice of the hearing that was sent via certified mail to Dr. White on July 17, 2024. Exhibit 5 is a copy of the United States Postal Service tracking certification showing that the notice of the hearing was mailed to Dr. White on July 17, 2024. Exhibit 6 is a compilation of portions of the BOC meeting minutes between November 15, 2023 and June 5, 2024, reflecting public comments made regarding the Housing Authority of Fulton County.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, would you please swear in as a group any members of the public who wish to be heard and have filled out speaker cards, and then we will hear from them at that time. Anyone who's filled out a speaker's card who wants to provide testimony today, come down front.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have received 13 speaker cards.
It's 13?
Well, we have 16 now.
16?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
when have we ever started receiving speakers' cards after sounding the meeting?
This is a special meeting and the regular rules are not applicable, Madam. How many? 16?
17.
17?
Okay, will the first 6 speakers please come forward? Derek Bozeman, Eldridge Washington, Denez Walker, Tina Francis, Charchella Green, and Rosalind Harper.
Proceed.
Okay. My name is Derek Bozeman. I'm a lifelong 58-year resident of Fulton County and a Fulton County taxpayer. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, first of all, good morning. I'm here because I have seen the development of what I would consider a political hit job on a man who I've known for more than 35 years. I read, Mr. Pitts, your commentary on your website, which talks about the responsibilities and duties of members of the Fulton County Housing Authority Board. You just also mentioned that this hearing has been called to determine whether there's sufficient probable cause evidence as it relates to Attorney Antavius Weems. That's who I'm here to talk about. I've known this young man for more than 35 years. I know his character. I know his integrity. I know what he stands for. I know where he comes from. I know his family. And I would be derelict in my duty if I didn't get up here and speak for this brother. You know, oftentimes we can't speak for ourselves. But what I've seen here at Fulton County, and as it relates to this issue, is the petty political process of personal vendetta and agenda. We have mentioned that there are 2 or 3 reasons a person can get off of this board. You talked about the inefficiency, you talked about misconduct or either malfeasance. What has been failed to be cited in the commentary, now I ain't talking about the hearing because the hearing will take care of itself. You have mentioned stuff like sexual harassment. You have not made a distinction between who does that apply to. The one thing we know, it doesn't apply to Attorney Weems. It applies to a person who was appointed to this board by one of these commissioners sitting up here. All of you all have the record. But instead of making the correction, what you did was let that lie just keep running down the street. And that's unfortunate, because if that was made against any commissioner up here, you would want people to know, right? And so we are willing to sacrifice people good names for our own political agendas. That's what you're doing. And it's unfortunate, because if that was done to you, I can tell you a member of this commission was denied an appointment to a seat. She called me and says, wrong. It was wrong then, and it's wrong now. And so Attorney Weems, again, don't need this job. You made it very clear, it doesn't pay anything. This man is an attorney. This is public service for him. It's public service for even Dr. Smith. It's public service for anybody who comes. But let me tell you where the inefficiency occurs. The inefficiency occurs where there's supposed to be 9 members to this board, and there's 2. The inefficiency comes when you never appointed anybody to fulfill the seat. Maybe it's because you really don't care about poor people. The Housing Authority is there to assist with housing for the most vulnerable and economically fragile individuals in Fulton County. And the fact that you don't even think it good enough to put somebody on the board who's competent, know what they're doing, and won't come to the board to create problems, talks about the Board of Commissioners, not about Attorney Weems. If you were really concerned about whether poor people were getting a quality housing, you would have did something. It was Attorney Weems that called the Housing Authority, that called HUD, after he saw some things that were not right. And so, again, if we're willing to just say, hey, because we can get, let me tell you this. When I came to government, I knew how to vote. I knew how many votes it took. Rob and I served together on city council. I knew as long as I had 7 others, all I needed was myself. You may have the number of votes to put him off the board, but at the end of the day, the man has served, and he served well. Just because you have the right number of votes doesn't mean that you're right. And my family's from LaGrange, Georgia. And, early in the morning, I would watch my cousin Neil go to the hen house and look and see whether the chickens were there. They were there last night, but in the morning they're gone. But he said, don't worry, because the chickens do come back home to roost. So what you put out in the atmosphere, when it come back to your front door, just know the chickens come back home to roost. And so, again, we have a choice between Barabbas on one hand and another guy on the other. You can do whatever you want to with this vote. The man only has a month left to serve. So at the end of the day, he has served the citizens of Fulton County. In fact, y'all should be down here giving a commendation and a thank you for the service he's rendered, not trying to hang him on the cross because of your own petty political agendas. And that's unfortunate, but that's sometimes how we do it here at Fulton County. We're not big enough just to call up and tell him, brother, we don't like your politics, we don't like you, and so we're gonna get you off of here. And for all of you all who conspire and you play these games along with the chairman, too bad. Because every now and then, you ought not just drive over the cliff. You ought to say, put on the brakes. And if this was me or somebody I cared about on the other side of this, what would I do? Right? What I want done? And so tell the truth. If you got charges against this brother, I hope it comes up. I hope y'all tell everybody who was the sexual harasser. Because the people ought to know. The public has a right to know. And it's not like you don't have the documents. Because if you don't, I'll provide them for you. That's how we have to, that's what we have to do and how we have to do. Just deal honorably and say we don't like the man and we want him off the board. Don't get together and say we're going to get together with the folks from the north side because they really don't care about whether poor people have housing or not. They don't care about whether they have housing or not. We got 2,000 residents who are dependent on the decisions that you all make here. And you're trying to couch it in that he has been ineffective, that the man has been there at most of the meetings. You all have not even made appointments, or your appointments haven't showed up. The inefficiency comes. I wish this was the same rule we could use for the Board of Commissioners. Ineffectiveness, inefficiency, and malconduct in office. Because some of y'all would be up to be removed this morning. Right? The inefficiency comes when you're not willing to do your job. You may not be willing to do it, or you may be incompetent to do it. And so at the end of the day, the brother has served his time. And so I'm going to do for him what y'all won't do. Thank you, Attorney Weems, for being willing to sacrifice your time, your energy, your money. And the thanks that you get is to have to come down here and have your name associated with something so criminal. But today we ought to call the roll. Mr. Chairman, tell everybody who was in fact found to be the sexual harasser on this board. And stops by innuendo and by inference suggesting otherwise. Because that's a hell of a statement. That's a hell of a charge to put somebody's name associated with. And so you have the information. Tell the people. Or just tell folks, just like we did with the Grady Board. Commissioner, they didn't want your person on the Grady Board. And they told him he wasn't going to get on there. And it wasn't because of these reasons, it was because of petty politics. And at some point, we have to cut it out and stop playing around with people's reputations, or as I said, the chickens do come home to roost. Thank you for allowing me these moments for comment.
Next
and
speaker.
I'll answer any questions if anybody got any.
No, sir.
I didn't think so.
Good morning. My name is Eldridge Washington, 14-year resident of Fulton County, born and raised in Monroe, Georgia. That point is important because I'm from a small country town where your name means something. You identify people from their names. We know your character, we know your commitment, we know your dedication from your name. And when I came here 14 years ago, one of the names I met was Attorney Antavius Weems. And unfortunately, a lot of people in Fulton County and in the city is learning his name through allegations that are just not true. So I want to come here and make a statement of who this man is. It's a man of character, a man of dedication, a man who serves on many boards like this one where he does not get paid. Young people have went to college because of this man. Young people's lives have been saved because of this man. He has done a lot of great things in this city. And again, to make allegations like this, especially ones of sexual harassment, especially during times like this, is asinine. And I'm here to tell you all what you all are doing today is a mistake. And I ask everyone before you to vote, make a consideration and ensure you be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Charcella Green, And I came to the Housing Authority of Fulton County on May 13th. I am, as a consultant, I am a native Atlanta. I grew up in the Summer Hill community. I'm a Grady baby. And I came as a result of being asked because of the problems with the Housing Authority in Fulton County. When I got there, I realized that information had been sent from HUD in April, again in May, as a matter of fact, May 7th. And that information said that HUD had, the Housing Authority of Fulton County had not been in compliance since 2017. And I think that's important to note, since 2017. And as a result of Antavius Weems, Chair Weems, calling HUD, he got those reports. And as a result of that, he called in 3 consultants to try to turn things around. The agency was non-compliant, and since May 13th, things have begun to turn around. When I first got there, we would get 20 and 30 calls a day, people complaining about what's going on with housing, how they need their voucher recertified, or they were calling because there was paperwork they couldn't get to the landlord. And Dr. Rosalind Harper, who just stepped out, was asked to lead our team. There were 2 other consultants. I was one, and the other one was Mr. D. Caldwell. And in the last 75 days, we have seen things turn around. And I promise you, if you work with us, as we are willing to work with you, it will be very shortly that you will see a big difference in the Housing Authority. I'm going to give you an example of the kinds of things we found. Just this week, we had a lady who had been homeless for 2 months, and all she needed was some paperwork to go to her landlord. The first time she asked, the first part of July, she lost the one place that she found that she could move to because she couldn't get the paperwork. She came back last week, and she was told that it would be a week before she could get it. And she started calling around at the Housing Authority to see what could be done to get her the paperwork she needed. I went and talked to the specialist who could give her the paperwork, and I asked her why. When I went in her office, she was on the cell phone, her personal cell phone. And I asked her, why is it that this lady can't get the paperwork that she needs? And she said, well, I'm helping other people, or I'm on my lunch hour. I won't be here tomorrow. I said, how long will it take to help this lady get what she needs so that she as a single parent, will no longer be homeless? I said, I tell you what, I'm going to give you 30 minutes to give her her paperwork. I'll come back, and then I'm going to call this lady. It took her 5 minutes. When we came to the Housing Authority, and by the way, the lady got what she needed, but when we came there, there was a lot of uncaring, a lot of dismissiveness of clients, and all of that is beginning to turn around. All we ask is the opportunity to continue to do what we're doing. 3 consultants who are retired and 1 business person have nothing to gain from the work that we do. And we want to make a difference for the people in Fulton County Housing Authority. And we're asking for that opportunity. And I have to commend Commissioner Weems for being bold enough to call HUD because things didn't seem right. He was getting misinformation from the people who led the organization. And those are the same people who are coming down here to complain. Let me say one last thing and I'll be finished. When you ask direct questions sometimes, people see that as bullying. But when you need answers so that you can make a difference in the lives of people, that's what he does. He cares. He cares about the people who are, have vouchers with the Housing Authority of Fulton County. And I ask right now that you give consideration to his thoughtfulness and his wherewithal and his vision to call HUD, put people in place who can make a difference. And I could go on and name all the things that have happened in the last 75 days. But we have began to turn things around, put people in place who can make a difference, and just a little bit more time. And I think you'll see a lot of that. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Rosalind Harper. I am part of a three-member team who was called to the Fulton County Housing Authority to try to what? Fix the problem. Figure it out first and then fix it. We started that job on May 15th. Now, when we got there, we found an office that was in total disarray. Total disarray. We read the report from HUD, which said, in essence, that the authority has been in non-compliance since 2017. Since 2017. They were all day-to-day out of the compliance areas. There were 9 zeros. And it's like, what do you do with this? What do you do with this? Now, we can consider COVID, okay? They had been given grace because of COVID. But there was no leadership in the office whatsoever. Everybody was out on family medical leave. They were operating in silos. Only one person knows how to do a job. So if one person is out, everything stops. Tenants were calling in, being disrespected, not talked to in the proper way. They weren't getting what they needed to have in order to meet their needs. So Attorney Weems called HUD and said, what do we do? How do we get this back into compliance? And we began the work of trying to do it. All that we've heard is how incompetent we are, that we don't know what we're doing. But nobody has ever asked us, what experience do we come with? The three-member team, together, we have over 30 years of federal, state, and county government experience, grants management experience. And no, we're not housing experts, but we do know how to do human resource development, management, and we know how to put things together to make them work. So we began that task. Now that started 75 days ago. In that time, we have been able, and we prepared a report to send to each one of you. You received it on Friday, of the 75-day turnaround. This is the work and the doing of Antavius Weems, alerting HUD and asking HUD, what is the problem and what do we do? Now, the thing to keep in mind is this housing authority has been in non-compliance since 2017. And now, all of a sudden, it's urgent, and it's the fault of the board. The board is not responsible for the day-to-day operations of the housing authority. When I asked the hard questions, I didn't get the right answers. How is it that certain people can be making these kinds of salaries and they aren't even here? And the person who was in charge of the day-to-day operations of that office was in her 20s, a college student with no experience. There were personnel files laying out, no human resources director, personnel files laying out and open. That's a violation. That's a violation. None was complete, and in some cases, didn't even exist. So I asked, well, how did this take place without the board's knowledge? How did this salary go from this to this without the board's knowledge? Well, they would come in and tell me, take this amount of money and put it into my check. And I do it. Something's wrong with that picture. Something is wrong. How did the board not know that this was going on? Because when I prepared the financial reports, if I put it in the packet for the board members to see, I was told to take it out. If I didn't take out the financial report, they would just go, take it out, remove it. So the board never got to see it. So what you have is a board who has been lied to, deceived, and just misinformed. Now, so what have we done? We couldn't do anything about all that was happening. To date, all landlords, contrary to what you've heard on the news, have been paid. The payments have been completed for June and July. We reached out to our resources, got people from other authorities to come over and show us how to do it. All landlords, all have been paid, and August will be on time. The voucher management system reports that HUD is saying were delinquent have been submitted for April, May, and June. July is in progress. That's on time. Now, yes, they were late, but there was nobody there to do it. Nobody has done them for 2 years. That's not the responsibility of the board. Now, as of Thursday, we signed a contract with CVR Associates for the housing management of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. They come in, they are nationwide, and very good reputation nationwide. The board gave me the authority to sign that contract on May 15th, or any contract, because I was acting. But all that I've heard is she doesn't know what she's doing. They're calling her the executive director. I wasn't brought there to be the executive director. My team wasn't brought there to be the deputies. We were brought there to fix the problem. So we began to look for resources to get that done, and it has been done. We have been able to accomplish in 75 days what has not been accomplished since 2017. Ask the question why. Now, not only have we gotten the reports submitted, and we're still playing catch up with getting those reports done. We signed the contract with CRV Management, which manages housing authorities all over the nation. They're working with us. They've given us a list of what they need to have boots on the ground today, all right, to get it fixed. Now, we have also onboarded and identified, and today in the office right now, there's an interim executive director with 25 years of housing experience, all right? She has all types of certifications in the area of housing, and she's local, all right? She has agreed to come over. She's there today, working to upright the ship. Now, in addition, we've been able to onboard as of August 1st, we will have a new finance director. She will start on the 1st. Vast housing experience and financial management experience. We have a director of human resources now. She's been there 2 weeks. So the files are coming together, the management of the staff is coming together. We have also, onboarded a grants manager, started this morning, vast grants management experience. We've added an additional housing inspector. There was only one housing inspector for the entire authority, only one. We now have 2, which is not really sufficient, but it's the best we could do right now. So the positions have been filled. Now, is there more housekeeping to do? Yes. There are staff members that, quite frankly, need to go. I am so tired of hearing clients, tenants being disrespected and told to call us back, I'll get to you next week in emergency situations. It shouldn't happen, but that's what's happening with the staff that is currently there on the HCV side. All that I have to say, commissioners, as I've been a registered voter in Fulton County since 1964, and I voted in every election. And believe me, I've never seen any type of persecution like this. It should not be. If you dismiss Antavius Weems, Lamar White, and start over and tell us that we cannot complete the work that we've started, simply because there are only 2 board members remaining, the only people that are going to suffer is your constituents. Those are the only people that are going to suffer. The only ones. They see, the tenants see the turnaround, but somehow the news can always find people who want to speak negatively about what's going on. The very people that have been down here complaining to you about what's going on at the housing authority are the ones who created the problem. They're the very ones that created the problem. And I had heard a long time ago somewhere from my grandmother, my father, somebody, that hit dogs holler. They holler, and they holler loud. Okay? I'm done. I just ask you to please read the report, see what's going on, ask the hard questions, and you'll find out it's not Antavius Weems, it's not Lamar White, it's the people who were there, supposedly running the authority, but they weren't there in person. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tina Francis, and I'm actually a resident. I own my own property, but my neighbor upstairs, she's a recipient of the HUD authorities. Within our building, we have a really bad roach infestation, and I try to get her, like I spray my place, and I've talked to our property manager, and he has not complied with, we've been having this problem for 2 years now, and I've actually wrote letters to Khadijah about this incident, but because of this HUD issue that's going on, I just wanted to verify or give you her point of view, because she's afraid, she was afraid that she's going to lose her benefits, so she did not want to come forward. So I'm just letting you know that there is an issue. Thank you.
Next speakers, please come forward. Sable Barber, David Toombs, Harrison Lee Colbert Jr., Gloria Sellers, Patricia, and DeVetran Caldwell.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Miss Gloria Sellers. I am a HCV recipient as well as chair of the Fulton Resident Advisory Board. I am here to speak on behalf of Chair Weems. Chair Weems has been a tremendous help to the RAB Board, letting us be in compliance as to the bylaws, what goes on, what the RAB Board is supposed to be. This is a position that I was put into from being on the RAB Board once our president became deceased. So, which I was the vice president, they elected me the president. And I'm gonna speak on Mr. Weems because a lot of things I didn't know, a lot of things that the residents would always come to the board to say, well, we got this going on, the staff ain't doing this, staff not doing that, and I would reach out. I've attended several other commissioners' meetings to find out in which the RAB board as well had a say-so in the 5-year plan or what's supposed to go on at the Housing Authority. I did not know until further investigation myself that the Housing Authority has been having problems since 2017. Now, attending the commissioners' meeting, I noticed that Chair Weems is a person that's always there for the recipients of HCV. He's just a help to the community to make sure things go on. And me as president of the RAB board, I've tried doing community outings to make sure that the residents who are HCV recipients can participate in things like school book bags, and come to find out that HUD also give an account for things that the board wants to have for the community. Come to find out, we weren't getting the funds when we decided to have community outings. This came out of a petty account that where we had did fish fries and stuff like this and came up with money. So what we had going on as far as book bag driveway, feed the homeless and stuff, give away government phones and stuff like that, it came out that that money came out of the petty account. When I later found out that HUD do have a resident council funding for educational. This is why they had asked us to do a 501(c). By me being the president, I in turn turned in the papers to do that. With Chair Ween's help, General Counsel Patterson, I was able to get those things did. And it's just so much. But I can speak highly for this man because I've known him by helping the residents. And he's did a great job with the board as well as the resident. He let us know what's going on. When we do have our RAB meetings, what's been said here and said there. I don't know if I'm able to call any names. Sexual harassment, the man has only spoke professionally to anybody that has come up against him to speak. He's just gonna tell you what it is, what you look standing up against or there. But as far as sexual harassment, the person that they let go off of the resident board for interrupting the chair, never gave the chair time to get into the agenda, what they had there, was Mr. Shakur. And I can put that out there because a statement was said to me sexually. But I played it off. But he's gone. Okay, as far as Antavia Wayne, he's not that type of person. Been knowing it. He's not that type of person. And it came a time where I had to get a HCV voucher myself. It was because I became homeless, a mother with children. But I've always did community work. And when I got the voucher, and came on board with housing to try to make a difference, to let people see how a voucher is not something that you stay on. They have programs, the FSS program, family self-sufficient, set a goal and go from there. A home ownership program, set a goal and go from there. But I just want to make that known that Antavia Wayne is a great person to work with. He has did nothing but stood up for the people that are HCV recipients. And thank you.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Davis, and I am a HA Housing Authority recipient, and I am a part of the Resident Advisory Board. And I just want to say, honestly, I have been a long-term recipient, but I came in under the impression of self-sufficiency, and so I complied with all of that. And I was under the impression of being receiving the home ownership program, and which never, came to existence. I haven't experienced any sexual harassment as being a long-term recipient. I always complied. I had an issue with my lease. I wasn't provided a lease from the property for 6 months, but through Fulton County, my situation got ironed out. I didn't have an issue. I was able to stay in place because I do not have anything else. I'm on disability, and I do depend on Fulton County, I won't lie. But I have complied. I've been a part of the RAD board since 2006, so I have been putting forward myself, giving of myself in appreciation to have received nothing, just got told, So that's all. And I just want to say, from my experience, I haven't heard anything bad about Mr. Weems, so I'm in support of him. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Good morning. My name is Devitrion Caldwell, and I'm a member of I'm a part of the 3-member consulting team for the Fulton County Housing Authority. Also a former public official in Douglas County, and where the goal is to leave unscathed. The goal is to leave with your integrity intact. And so as it has been stated, the allegations of sexual misconduct, sexual harassment against Attorney Weems is blatantly inappropriate. And for anyone who has stated that and not clarified where it came from, it's setting yourself up for a disaster. And it's also trying to tarnish the reputation of a man who has had a good name in Fulton County. One thing I know, and I can say differently than other people, I've hung with the big dogs. I get it. I've been in public service. I understand what that entails. And what you cannot do is hold this man responsible for the day-to-day operations of the Fulton County Housing Authority. We understand that he is not to operate in the weeds of the day-to-day operations, no different than the Fulton County Commissioners. You have people in place, and you trust that the people that you have in place will do exactly what they're supposed to. What we know did not happen in Fulton County is the people in place did not do that. The people in place should be held or brought up on criminal charges for defrauding the Fulton County Housing Authority. Anytime that you have staff who can go in there and create salaries without approval, that's fraudulent. Anytime that you can have staff members who are in place who run down here to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners who want their jobs back, but they are blatantly responsible for the chaos. They are blatantly responsible for the downfall of the Fulton County agency. That should raise awareness to you all. More importantly, HUD. How is it that HUD can send a report stating what has not been done, but HUD has a portfolio manager who should be checking in with the Fulton County Housing Authority? And if HUD's person wasn't doing what they're supposed to do, how is it that Chair Weems, Chair White, or anyone else would know what was not happening? HUD has a responsibility. Guess who else has responsibility? The Fulton County Board of Commissioners. You all appoint people to the boards. You all should have known that the persons that you appointed were not doing what you're supposed to do, but understand that, guess what? What you all handed from 2017 to the appointment of Chair Weems and everybody else, what you all handed or what you appointed people to a disaster. So to come now and make it seem as if Chair Weems is solely responsible, we all have to take responsibility for what has happened with the Fulton County Housing Authority. What we do know is that I can tell you firsthand, in a 75-day turnaround, we have turned things around. People are getting paid. The citizens are feeling restored. The tenants, everybody. We have had staff who have been utterly disrespectful. They were not put there by Chair Weems or Dr. White. They were put there by the people who were hired to do a job. They did not do that. And those people subsequently, guess what, are not there. Those people, when it got hot, they went out on family medical leave. They were terminated. And so what Chair Weems and Dr. White and the board tried to do was make sure that the Fulton County Housing Authority was operating in full compliance. And that's why Chair Weems reached out to HUD. Had it not been for him, we wouldn't have this conversation. Had it not been for him stepping in and saying, listen, something is wrong, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But as elected officials, we all have a duty. We have a responsibility, and it's to lead with your name intact. It's to lead with integrity. It's to not tarnish someone's reputation based on political gain. Any of that. Anytime that you operate outside of that, you're operating wrong. And as Derek Bozeman said, the chickens will come home to roost. And if you can sleep at night based on the decisions, based on the lies, based on the allegations, based on the misinformation that you put out on this man, then guess what? We'll all have to answer to somebody. But what I'm telling you is that I have been a part of this team. I see the great work that has been done, but don't put the blame on Chair Weems. Everyone has to take responsibility, and you can remove the board, but at the end of the day, what you're gonna do is put people in there who still don't know the progress that has been made, which means that you're gonna start from ground zero. And then we are gonna further stagnate the progress of the Fulton County Housing Authority. Whatever your decision is, I ask that you just lead with integrity. I ask that you do it based on the facts and not based on any political interest or wanting to tarnish this man's reputation. The Fulton County residents' livelihoods are at stake. The media, we get it. You all have all been subject to bad media press. It doesn't feel good, so don't do it to somebody else. At the end of the day, Chair Weems has been here. He has shown himself diligent. White, everybody else on this board, they have done their part. So what you all have to do is do your part. Dismantling this board is not going to do anything because the Fulton County residents are going to suffer. Thank you.
Hello, how are y'all doing? My name is Harrison Lee Cole, Rep. Jr. I just really want to say, sometimes you have to look at a bigger picture. And what I'm seeing, I've never seen Mr. Weems to even do anything like that, being actively in the community and just actually, creating situations and platforms, for a person to be able to build off of as a younger adult. Just for me, I came up on Summer Hill, Hill Street area, and just being provided the opportunity, not only for my mother to give me a structure that can better me, but also this man, he also is a part of people that send other unprivileged people to college, he's created other different platforms for other people to build their life off and build character. And that character right now, I feel is being assassinated. But, I just hope everybody make the right decision and do the right thing.
Good morning. My name is Ron Shakir. I was a former member of the Fulton County Housing Authority. The Fulton County Housing Authority, under Mr. Weems' leadership, has been one who had to know how to work under a tyrant, a bully, a person who have more than one occasion cut the feed that the public was able to witness or to see the meetings. Your action should be one of examination, clear examination. For sure, when you look at the city of Atlanta, which have demolished public housing, all this public housing, and the properties that were associated with those housing have been gentrified. Black people, African American people, people I know who parents and cousins have members of this board have lived a life, a dignified life in public housing. And for somebody to come up here, and I was here early, but I missed my bus. I turned home, went home, and I wanted to watch it on my phone. And for somebody to come up here, a former elected official, talking about a great job that this man has done. He grew up in the community he grew up in, have been wiped out of public housing as far as affordability. It's being overly gentrified. The fact is that someone came down here who I went to lunch with or engaged in a political favor with just weeks ago. He came down here and made some allegations against me sexually. I don't understand that. It was a lie. I don't approach men sexually. The fact is, they're putting stuff in the water, in the dirt, and for people to bite into it who know Ron Shakir, they know it's a lie. I came down on the housing authority because my mother and father, married, never missed a day. I seen my mother and father go to bed and wake up for breakfast. We was raised in public housing, a high-rise in Buffalo, New York, a row house in Buffalo, New York. Came to Atlanta and moved to Peyton Road. Atlanta is special. My father and mother have always been outstanding citizens, and my brothers and sisters too. And I was appointed to this board because people knew I had sensitivity for housing. Anything that anybody could say about me in public housing, they are rude, they playing political games, and I know for Derek Bozeman to come down here and just try to speak the name of who the person was charged with. Someone told me who came down here that I sexually approached them. That was a lie. And that person should come here and should be charged or charge me or something. That's all I have to say. Mr. Arrington, I tried to pull your family history, but I think I was correct that your father was associated, your family was associated at a Capitol Homes or someplace. But all of our families, public housing was a decent way of living that gave people heat and gas and communities and schools and political power. I would do nothing to hurt public housing. And I trust that you're doing the necessary investigation, and I think that you would find questionable behavior by Mr. Weems. And I would hope that you do it because only thing you have to do is be at those meetings. Only thing you have to do is not obey when he say cut the feed. I think you'll see reason, but I don't care. The fact is that truth crushed to the ground will rise, and Mr. Weems will have to address and pay for, because there's decent people that's coming to the board, and if he remain on the board, continue to watch the board and see how he conduct himself. Thank you.
Last 6 speakers in Assembly Hall, please come forward. Quaylen Bobbitt, Arthur Langford, Bianca Gaynor, Caden Williams, King Watkins, and Derek George.
Good morning. My name is Arthur Langford, and I am here on behalf of the United Youth Adult Conference, and I won't be long, but I want to start off with Proverbs chapter 22, verse 1. And it says, a good name is more desirable than great riches. To be esteemed is better than silver or gold. Attorney Weems has been nothing less than a servant to this community. As it has been mentioned, this position does not pay. So I have to ask myself, why would a brother fight to remain in a position where people look to vote him out? The answer is simple, because he loves his community and is willing to protect his good name. It was just last week that Attorney Weems was at our Teen Leadership Institute speaking to young people, preaching to them about their future and how they can impact the city of Atlanta, and not just Atlanta, but the world. I just read a poem, and I'm going to remix it in my own way. It said, they came and spoke injustice for a stranger, and I did not speak out because I did not know him. They came and spoke injustice for an acquaintance, and I did not speak out because I did not have the courage. They came to speak injustice for my brother Antavius Weems, and I'm here before you to speak out because I know his character, and I know if they would come for a good brother and a servant to the community like this, then surely they will come for me next. So I ask all of you, Brother Rob, Pitts, everyone on the board, that one day they may come for you. So you have to understand what a good name is and what this brother means to this community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bianca Gaynor. Mr. Antavius Weems, thank you for caring about people like me. I'm a single mother of 2 children and a Fulton County citizen for over 32 years. Nobody cared if me and my children were homeless. Nobody would give me an opportunity. But because of Mr. Weems, I was able to get housing at 18 years old so I can provide for myself and pursue a career and make a life for me and my family. My daughter, whom I had at the age of 14, is now in her 3rd year of college because I had help, your help, Mr. Weems. Help with housing so that I could become a tax-paying citizen, a tax-paying, law-abiding citizen. We need more people like you to care. I'm so sorry that your name is being smeared for clout, that all you have done is being irresponsibly handled by your colleagues. I'm sorry that you're being criminated. I fear that even for my son, that all the good that he do could be smeared by allegations. I appreciate what you have done for my family. I don't even know you, but because of you, I live my dream. I am a chef. I have a nonprofit giving back to my community, and my children will not have to go through what I have been through. I was able to break generational curses just by having a home for them, having a kitchen to cook hot meals and have conversations with them, and a bed for them to rest in. Great men like Arthur Langford, Michael Langford, Derek Bozeman, and Antavius Weems, who care about youth and the community and the residents. Please fix what is broken. Please care about people who are like me and in my situations, because we can become way more than any of you would imagine us to be. Our lives matter. This man's lives matter. And I just appreciate you guys for letting me speak. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kaden Williams, and I'm 13 years old. I'm with the Arthur and Michael Langford Team Leadership Program. I do not want the Fulton County Housing Authority to be dismantled. Even though my mom works and pays taxes, sometimes we struggle. We have had to move a lot because rent is more and more expensive. I have even gotten a summer job that helped around the house more to help, but it's not enough. She is a strong, good citizen, and she has helped raise me and my sister. She is a very good person, and taking away this program will lessen our chances of being to live in a decent life. And that's it.
Good morning. My name is King Watkins, and I came here today to speak on the fact of the removal of housing, or public housing. And the reason I want to speak on it is because the reason that I want to speak on it is because I can personally tell you about the struggle that people on a basic level, I would say, feel on a day-to-day basis, and how hard it can be for us to continue to push forward when we know that we might not have anywhere to sleep tomorrow. I faced eviction, being kicked out, just watching my mom cry, trying to figure out what she's gonna do for me and my sister, watching my dad stress about how he's gonna get the money to feed us and to clothe us and to keep a roof over our head. And they've worked really hard both of our lives. And I think because you're in your position, the position that you're in, it's a little bit harder for you to understand how it affects us on a basic level, and how the decisions that you make can impact tenfold compared to what you think and from where you're sitting. See, I understand, I'm well aware of the fact that I'm not the only person who faced struggle. I'm pretty sure everyone in here has faced some level of struggle. And I think struggle is necessary to continue to push forward in life. But when it gets to the point where little kids start adapting to the point where poverty seems normal and violence and watching crime and not knowing what you're going to eat and stealing or trying to take what you need, when that starts to seem normal and when it starts to become something that you could joke about and it starts to become something that seems cool, I think that's an issue that needs to be spoken on. And please believe that I am not in any way a public speaker, and I'm not very involved in politics or anything like that. I am what someone of your level might call the average person. But I'm well aware of when it's something that isn't right and something that needs to be changed. And I think that this is one of those things. And I would also like to speak on Mr. Weems. I haven't known him very long at all. I've only got to spend one day with him in the Arthur and Michael Langford Team Leadership Program, which is ran by Mr. Derek Bozeman. And I can say that the day that I did spend with him, I found out that, for one, he's a very compassionate person. And he seems to be very eager to spread knowledge to the youth and give back to the community, because he took time out of his day on a Saturday to come speak to us, Derek Bozeman. And I could also attest to Derek Bozeman's character as well. I'm well aware of the fact that he himself wouldn't bring someone who's, I guess, well, I'm not going to speak specifically on what allegation he has on him, but whatever criminal acts that you says he's doing, I can attest to the fact that Derek Bozeman would not allow those type of people around the people who he's instructing. And so I think that I just ask that you all give this a fair trial and think about the decisions that you're making here today. Understand not only are you affecting Mr. Weems' life, but you're also affecting my life and that 13-year-old's life and all these people in here, everyone in this auditorium, the lives of everyone here. Because there is you can't see all of the effects that your decisions make. It's not possible. You're just in too high of a level. So I ask that you give it a fair trial and give it some thought. Thank you.
Good day, everybody. My name is Derek Gabby George, and I'm a Grady baby, Grady class of 1971. And I'm here to speak on behalf of Antavian Weems. I grew up in the Carver community, housing, Carver Homes. I've been knowing Antavian Weems since the 1970s. He lived across the street from us. I was educated here. I was educated at Carver High School. Antavian Weems went to school with me. Came out, graduated a year before me. He was educated here in Atlanta. As I was coming up in my life, and now I run a nonprofit organization called Doing Good Among People, my heroes at that time and now was Hosea Williams, Marvin Arrington, Sr., and my shero was a lady named Ms. Louise Watley. And I was the first job I ever had was under Louise Watley. Every year, we put on an award ceremony to honor those people from that area. And I actually, my board and my organization gave Ms. Louise Watley an award. And you came out and supported it, Mr. Biggs. I don't know if you remember me, but I definitely remember you. And I know some of the other commissioners up there. I've tried to partner with you, and I like some of the work that y'all do. Antavian Weems, as we grew up, and I'm knowing from a child. Some people know him professionally, and some of these kids, they know of him, and they've met him. I've known him as a child, and he has never, ever indulged in any kind of illicit or bad activity, ever. I know him as a teen, in high school, he never ever wanted the bad kids. Every now and again, I got in trouble, but he wasn't that guy. He went on to college to make his mom proud, to make all our parents proud. My organization focuses on at-risk youth and senior citizens, and I mentor those young adults. And I reference his name a lot because he is somebody to pattern yourself after. Now, to my understanding, I hear that his term is going to 10 year out. So if it's going to 10 year out, I ask that you all just let him 10 year out. Don't put a bad name, a bad stigma on that name. I reference that name when I tell people that you want to grow up to be like Attorney Weems. In our neighborhood at Carver High, we had a lot of teen pregnancy. It was a vocational school. And they even had a nursery at the school because there was that much sexual activity going on in that community. And Tavian Weems never, ever, ever had any issues with touching anybody, approaching anybody, or trying to force itself on that. And in the hood, as we put it, we all know each other's reputation. That is not him. And I would really like to see him just 10 year out. And that way, those seniors who are not here that I serve, they're concerned. So as the kid said before me, the decision that y'all make, everybody is watching this. He is Fulton County's own. Let him 10 year on out. He don't get paid for it. So the money is not the issue, but his great reputation is. That's what's on the line right here. That's what I'm here to speak for. All the other things that you guys doing here, I'm not too impressed on it, but I know that HUD serve a lot of people, as I'm a product of Atlanta housing projects. And I think I've turned out to do pretty good. I think my mom, she's proud. I've been given several awards. In fact, I may be the youngest of my alumni class at Carver on the Hall of Fame. And that's for my community engagement. As I said, Mr. Pitts, I've watched you grow up all my life. Ms. Watkins, Mr. Arrington, and of course, Jose Williams. And I just try to be a reflection of what those people did. And I say that Mr. Williams has been a great reflection of the work that you all have put in before him. So I just want y'all to make the right decision. Let's leave that name, that good name intact about bringing an allegation like that. If you all know who it is, then put the name out there. But there's a lot of people that if I'm telling them to be like Weems, and they got to think, well, he got that on his name. In today's time, that's very, very bad for any man, but especially a black man, because it's so hard for us to make penetrations in this world, in this community. And I think that Weems have done a wonderful job. And I'm proud to say that I know him. I'm proud to say he's a friend. I'm proud to say that he has served this community and this county. So please, when you make a decision, think about the domino effect, the ripple effect of what that name is by putting that blemish on that name. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you swear in Dr. Pamela Rochelle, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. Rochelle, you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, long as the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am Pamela Rochelle. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Fulton County. I am responsible for providing executive leadership and driving operational excellence for 10 departments that fall across 3 public sectors: public safety, health and human services, and infrastructure. My role here today is to provide some additional insight as it relates to communication with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and the communication that has been submitted to me and this board in writing, along with other consultation conversations that I've had. So in my role as the Chief Operating Officer, one of the departments that I'm responsible for is community development, which I also led briefly as the interim director. And have knowledge of HUD funding and program management. In addition to that, prior to joining Fulton County, I served as the presidential appointee in the Obama administration for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, responsible for 8 southeastern states, and many collaborations with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to ensure adequate, safe housing. So today I want to provide information, again, that has been received by me and this board, as well as the acting director of the Atlanta Housing Authority and the board chair, Mr. Weems. So just for some additional background, the Housing Authority was created in 1972 by Fulton County legislation to address the need for decent, safe, sanitary, and affordable housing in Fulton County. The Housing Authority is subject to enabling legislation authorizing the Housing Authority's creation, and it must comply with all applicable local, state, federal laws, including specific HUD regulations governing public housing. You will notice that attached to the hearing, to the notice of hearing, is a July 10th letter from William Biggs, acting director of the Office of Public Housing for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, to Antavius Weems, chairperson of the Housing Authority Board. This letter from HUD, along with numerous media investigative reports, AJC articles, comments from the public, and previous staff and Housing Authority board members, is what has led us to today's proceedings. In addition, HUD provides 100% of the funding for the Housing Authority. The July 10th letter from HUD details deficiencies in operations, putting the Housing Authority at risk, which would impact over 1,000 Fulton County residents. I have separately marked the July 10th, 2024 letter from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to Chairman Antavius Weems as Exhibit 7. From that letter, I want to just point out a few of the deficiencies highlighted in this letter to Mr. Weems that was also copied to our Board of Commissioners. This letter points out several failures and inefficiencies, failure to submit the annual Section 8 Management Assessment Report, which in my conversations with William Biggs, he indicates that this was the reason that HUD reached out initially to Chairman Antavius Weems regarding this report and the deficiencies in that report. He further points out in this letter that while the new leadership are well educated and make an effort to get the Housing Authority on track without specific public housing experience necessary to lead an organization with serious HUD noncompliance concerns, it is unlikely that they will successfully complete a turnaround in a reasonable amount of time. While the new leadership learns their respective roles, the residents will suffer housing insecurity and will likely lose their housing as landlords grow frustrated over late rental payments. The current leadership further explained that there are no procedures in place and they are starting from ground zero. The leadership was unable to provide any of the requested documents for a required on-site SEMAP review. The Housing Authority staff were provided with notice of this on-site visit. However, upon HUD arriving to the Housing Authority, none of the documents were provided as requested. In addition, the community, specifically tenants and landlords, have complained of late payments in June and July. However, I do want to state for the record that those payments have now been made. In addition, Mr. Weems has stated that he would secure a fee accountant to handle routine accounting functions. Mr. Weems advised that he had not secured this accountant. And I do want to state the reason that the securing of an accountant is so important is because the Housing Authority has not submitted their audited financial statements for the past 2 years. What the implications are for lack of visibility into the financial management of the organization is just that. There is lack of visibility. And so this is why HUD has recommended and has previously recommended that a fee accountant be brought on board. But as of this July 10th letter, that had not taken place. The Housing Authority was also advised of lack of responsiveness to HUD contacts and lack of responsiveness to emails, notice of on-site visits with no response. The letter further goes on to state that, again, the regional HUD office inquired about the status of the audited financial submissions for 2022 and 2023, and Mr. Weems advised that an independent audit firm had still not been engaged to review and submit the required data. And as of this hearing, that data still has not been submitted. Finally, this July 10th letter points out 3 areas of operational inefficiency and noncompliance. One is under operations. It cites inexperienced staff, unprocessed capital fund submissions, other violations of noncompliance with report submittal. The second section is governance, and in this case, this is referring to board governance. When we think about the role of board governance, it is really 3 areas. One is oversight, even though they do not carry out the day-to-day operations. Boards do have a responsibility, in this case for, in all cases, general oversight. They also want to or have the responsibility of holding accountable the staff for the carrying out of the mission and the work of the organization. And finally, the board is responsible for decision-making that will have its eye on efficiency and proper organizational operations. In this specific letter on July 10th, Exhibit 7, to Chairman Weems, the governance section, which in this case is referring to the board of the Housing Authority, has several deficiencies pointed out. And again, this is a letter dated July 10th from William Biggs, Acting Director for the Field Office of HUD. Governance. Failure to maintain professional decorum at board meetings, allegations that board actions are not in accordance with Housing Authority bylaws, allegations of board chair actions without board approval, allegations that procurement policies and procedures were violated during the period no executive director was in position. Specifically regarding the procurement component of this, my conversations with HUD, it was recommended that I request the contracts for the consulting team that was brought on board by the chairman. To date, I do not have those contracts. So I was unable to confirm with HUD whether these contracts met the proper procurement protocol that HUD has outlined. In addition, there are allegations that not all commissioners received notice of hearings, allegations that state open records request regarding the Housing Authority Board of Commissioner meetings had been violated, failure to ensure required HUD reports and financial data are submitted timely or at all, and the April 2024 board meeting behavior resulted in negative local media reports, failure to timely inform tenants and landlords about late landlord vouchers for June and July 2024. And again, this is the section outlined by HUD regarding the board governance. The third section is financial management, which I have previously covered in my comments. Most concerning are the audited financial statements, which will allow HUD to have greater insight into the management of the organization. Prior to the July 10th letter that I just reviewed excerpts from, Dr. Rosalind Harper, Interim Executive Director for the Housing Authority of Fulton County, also received a letter from Mr. Biggs detailing significant deficiencies specifically in the Section 8 program. I have marked the June 27th, 2024 letter as Exhibit 8. Specifically in this letter, the acting director of HUD points out the fact that the results of an on-site visit where notice was given to staff regarding the visit that would be taking place on June 26th, the purpose of this letter was to outline the results of that visit on June 26th. The bottom line in the first paragraph of the letter basically points to the fact that the Housing Authority was unprepared for the visit by not providing documents that were required, has resulted in a designation of a troubled status. In another consequence of the on-site visit that did not produce any of the documents required was a score of 0 out of 135 points. The following were some of the documents that were requested on June 3rd for the June 26th visit, and those documents were due actually to be submitted by June 12th. Several documents regarding plans, the financial information, the board-approved operating budget, the monthly financial statements, the disbursement of financial ledgers, general ledgers, bank and credit card statements, along with other types of reports. None of those documents were produced prior to the visit, and none of those documents, as requested, were provided during the visit. Again, as a result of the failed submission of these documents, the score for the Housing Authority, and specifically the Section 8 program, which provides housing vouchers to many families here in Fulton County, is now 0, which has led to the need for a corrective action plan and, again, a troubled status. On July 17th, the third and final exhibit that I want to enter into the record is from Mr. William Biggs, the acting director of the Atlanta field office, to Dr. Rosalind Harper. This is a letter that points out failure to submit the required monthly data for the voucher management system. This is a system that will transmit leasing and costs data for the Housing Authority program. And the letter again points out another area of inefficiency. Overall, the significant lapses in operations, governance, as pointed out in the July 10th letter, is certainly putting at risk over 1,000 Fulton County residents who have now had and continue to have their housing, their security in housing and having access to safe, affordable housing is put at risk. Based on my consultation, many consultations with the Atlanta field office, Mr. William Biggs and his team, it is my recommendation that the board find that Mr. Weems and Dr. White have exhibited inefficiency and/or neglect of duty in the Housing Authority, and which has led to a troubled status. It has led to all of the risks and non-compliance issues that I have reviewed in Exhibits 7, 8, and 9 of the documents that I've submitted today. And so again, in consultation with HUD, it is my recommendation to move forward with the removal of the remaining 2 members. As we do know, the other members did voluntarily resign. In consultation with HUD about the best path forward to give Fulton County a new start, the consultation, the advice, the guidance that I received in consultation with HUD was to reconstitute the entire board, which led to the request for voluntary resignations. And so, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Mr. Weems is present. Is Dr. White present? Mr. Weems, do you have anything you'd like to add? Or anyone on Mr. Weems' behalf? Madam Clerk, would you swear them in, please?
Good morning.
Yes, I do.
I don't think I needed to be sworn in, but that's okay. Good morning. My name is Lolitha Hale. That's spelled L-O-L-E-T-H-A. Last name Hale, H-A-L-E. I am here on behalf of Mr. Weems and Dr. White. First, I'd like to address the chair. Good morning to the chair and the remaining commissioners. And the first order of business, Mr. Pitts, is the fact that neither Mr. White, neither one of these gentlemen received notice. I did hear where the clerk stated, well, the young lady stated that certified letters were mailed out, and that they were mailed out, I believe the date was on July 17th. And I'm a lawyer. Mr. Weems is a lawyer. And there is a doctrine that we rely on that's, and I don't know how many of you are lawyers, but that we call it the mailbox rule. And excluding the date that a letter is mailed, you add 2 to 3 days to that. And in this particular instance, that would have been July 20th, and today is the 29th. And these gentlemen, as I stated, did not receive any type of notice. And if, let's say, arguably, they received it on the 20th, that still would not be adequate notice to prepare for a hearing of this magnitude and in light of the nature of the allegations. So first and foremost, my clients oppose and object to these proceedings for lack of notice. I am here to deal with the legal and I guess technical implications. There's such a thing as procedural due process, and I do not believe, based on what I have reviewed in this very, very short period of time, that there has been adequate notice or any due process in this particular case. There's no time to prepare, gather documents, information, subpoena witnesses, or even place simple things as open records requests. So we ask that this matter be tabled in order to afford these gentlemen that opportunity. I have not, as their representative, been able to review all the documents that have been referred to and relied upon in these proceedings. And we'd like the commission to address that. Before we proceed. And if the commission would like to question Mr. Weems about whether or not he received notice, or Dr. White, whether or not he has received notice in or when they received notice, I think that would probably be a proper question to ask at this point.
Do you have anything to add, Mr. Williams, to Dr. White?
Well, for me, I've not received any notice. If I had, I would have.
Come up a little bit, Mr. White. Mr. Williams.
No, I have not received any notice. Only innuendo and rumor that was shared with me that there was something publicly posted in the paper, but I've not gotten any notice. Because had I gotten it, I am going to subpoena Commissioner Abdul Rahman and yourself as material witnesses in this matter. So I have not gotten anything.
Okay, Dr. White, excuse me.
I haven't received notice either. There's a lot of things that have been said today, and I want to address them all because it speaks towards people's character. So no, I haven't received notice, but it is sad that we're here today.
Continue, Attorney Hale, if you have anything else.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I think they asked us a question about whether there was proper service or not, and I think it's incumbent upon us to speak to whether there was proper service or not before getting into the substantive concerns. Either there was proper service or there wasn't, and they've requested us to respond. So I don't think it's appropriate for us to just ignore that question.
It is my understanding that proper notice was sent and received. Madam County Attorney, would you address that matter, please, at this time? And limit it to just this issue.
Just the service issue?
Yes.
Yes. First of all, I want to say it's not really about service, it's about notice. Service implies, as with a lawsuit, that you need to be personally served. For due process purposes, notice does not need to be actual or ideal. Notice needs to be reasonably calculated under the circumstances to apprise the interested parties of the pendency of the action and to afford them the opportunity to present their objections. In this instance, the notice package was sent to the addresses of record for Dr. White and Mr. Weems. Based on the United States Postal tracking information, it appears that Mr. Weems' office, the location that he advertises as his place of business, actually received the package on July 19th, which is 10 days prior to today. Actual notice is not required, but in this instance, it appears that it was effectuated. In the case of Dr. White, notice was sent to his address of record that is maintained with the clerk to the commission. It was an address that is located in Atlanta and would presumably have also been delivered on July 19th, but was prevented from doing so by the fact that Dr. White apparently has his mail forwarded wholesale to an address in South Carolina. That is the reason why it was not actually delivered, although due process does not require actual delivery. It requires a reasonable attempt to put the person on notice, which in both federal and state cases with very similar types of hearings has been deemed to be adequate when mailed either by certified mail or by regular mail.
Thank you, Madam County Attorney. Dr. Hale?
Attorney Hale.
I'm sorry.
Or just
Attorney Hale.
Ms. Hale. Actually, the whole gist of notice is to ensure due process, procedure due process. You can't, I believe the statute 8353 requires that these gentlemen receive a copy of the charges. And the whole purpose of receiving a copy of the charges is in order for a person to address each and every allegation that have been launched against them. Now, in addition to the fact that they did not receive the charges, the allegations that I secured a copy of a letter dated, I believe it was July 10th. Those are vague and very broad allegations. You're not saying that Dr. White violated this particular infraction, or whether Mr. Weems violated a specific, violated a certain rule or policy. You're not naming names, you're not providing dates. It's very difficult to defend yourself with such vagueness. As an attorney who has also, in my 22 plus years of practicing law, been subjected to political attacks, and not to suggest that that's what's going on with this board, that it's imperative that that a person be provided with adequate notice. And in our profession, as you know, reputation is very important, as some of the other speakers have addressed. And so, in order for these gentlemen to adequately address these allegations, they need sufficient notice. And we're asking this body to table this and to afford them that opportunity so we can have a thorough and sifting presentation of evidence as relates to these charges. In addition to that, Mr. Pitts, I believe there's also a requirement that the Board of Commissioners vote to even hold a meeting such as this. We're not even certain whether or not that took place. And basically, we can't get into the substance of these allegations because they have not received adequate notice, and that's our argument.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
We respectfully request that this matter be tabled and afford them the opportunity to do that.
To be tabled. Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, the county attorney mentioned that notice was sent to their address of record. I'm trying to understand what is the address of record that the notice was sent to, and when was that address provided?
The clerk to the commission keeps a directory of all members serving on our boards and commissions and authorities, and it is up to the individual members serving to update their addresses as appropriate.
Okay, so I'm sorry. My question was, what was the address that it was sent to? I didn't ask about the clerk.
I don't know if Dr. White wants his home address read into the record, and that's why I'm avoiding reading the actual address.
Okay.
Would that be all right?
What was the address? How do we obtain the records for what address? Because I'm looking.
It
at
is in your It is in your package. I'm sorry. Is this
Okay, yeah. So I'm looking at a letter that was sent to him at a PO box address, which is different than the address that was sent there. So I need to know, when was the address updated and by whom?
We could only obtain those addresses by submittal of the individuals who are serving. I can't speak to that from personal knowledge because the clerk to the commission maintains the addresses, but I would presume those are presented by the individual serving.
Okay, well, the clerk is here. She can speak.
Yes, we received addresses from resumes or whatever's provided from the appointing commissioner or that appointee.
Okay, so I'm looking at address appointing him to the housing authority that's addressed to a PO box address, which is not the same address that this letter was sent to. So when was the address? Why would he have been sent his appointment letter at a PO box address, and why would this notice be sent to a different address than the letter that was sent to him appointing him?
Again, I can't respond to how those.
That question was for the clerk. You already indicated you didn't have the information and that the clerk did. So now I'm making inquiry of her.
That address may have been updated. I'm not sure where the different addresses would come in. We may have reached out to get an appropriate address, or we may have had more than one. I'm not sure.
Reached out to whom?
To the appointee.
Okay, so you would not have done that. You would have had someone in your office do it. So I need that. Who would you have had in your office reach out to him so I can ask them the question?
Depending on, that person is actually no longer with us. We have a new person doing boards and authorities now.
Okay, so without that information, I don't know how to proceed. I'm looking at an appointment letter addressed to a PO box address. County attorney said it was sent to his address of record. You said you're unaware. You said it may have been updated, so you're not sure if it was updated or if it was not updated. You said it may have reached out to the appointee. So I need someone to explain why his appointment letter would be sent to one address and this other address be sent to another address. Something doesn't compute unless there is some proof that he updated his address. Do we have that? Can someone pull that information? Is there an email he sent updating? Do we have a copy of his most recent appointment letter? When was his most recent appointment made, and what address was that letter sent to?
Okay, I can have staff look that up. It may take a moment.
Commissioner Harrington had a question. He was speaking because he had a question, not based upon the queue.
Yeah, I made a point of order about the procedural process and the notice.
So I would suggest that we believe that adequate notice was provided. Attorney Hale, on behalf of Mr. Weems and Dr. White.
Who is we?
The board, based upon what the attorney, our county attorney is suggesting.
Oh, you mean you?
That's the county attorney.
You mean you, not we? Because I'm part of we, and I don't believe that.
Okay.
So let's choose our words a little bit more carefully.
Anything else, Attorney Hale?
What I would like to add is to, if, Mr. Pitts, if you would ask the clerk whether or not she even emailed these letters to these gentlemen, and if so, if she has any proof of that. And I believe that the appointment letters were emailed as well.
Madam Clerk, did you hear the question?
Oh, well, no, the letters of resignation were emailed. So clearly, you all have the email addresses.
Yes, the email, we did not send out any emails. It was only sent out through certified.
Which
Okay.
infers that there was really no intent of providing these appointees with, adequate notice in order for them to defend these charges. And again, we respectfully ask this body to vote on tabling this matter for a later date to provide them opportunity to prepare properly.
Okay. Anything else, Attorney Hale?
No.
Mr. Weems?
Well, the only inquiry, the second inquiry was to learn whether or not this body, I believe there's a vote required in order for you all to call this special hearing for this purpose. And the appointees would like to know whether or not that vote took place.
Madam County Attorney?
This body has never voted to have a meeting, and to the extent that such a vote was required, you have ratified today the meeting agenda for today's meeting.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah, ratification does not mean that there wasn't a vote, a public vote. So there's lots of procedural issues here.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Mr. Weems?
I'm just trying to figure out how do I go forward without being able to know what I'm charged with. I have no idea what I've been charged with, other than the only thing that I know, the only thing that I know that keeps going around is the chairman saying that I have sexual harassment allegations. I do not. It is inappropriate, it is unreasonable, it's disrespectful. So I need to know what I'm being charged with so that I can respond to it. I don't know if this is intentional, if this is a setup to attempt to get me here and Dr. White here, and we not know why we're here. We have no notice, no charges, nothing. And the law does say that the charges must be given. It says it must be given to the commissioner. I've not been given anything. I've not been mailed anything. The address that they mailed it to, they don't even know where they got it from. So this is absolutely either irresponsive or at this point, it is intentional. And I feel that is as intentional as the news reports where you had Sophia Choi until I showed her that I was the one who called her to continue to state and intimate that I had sexual harassment allegations. And it was absolutely untrue.
And Dr. White, anything else?
The only thing that I want to say is, actually, I want to thank you. You guys never put my name out there, which means that it was intentional for you to put his name out there. We're the only two who didn't resign, and I'm not supposed to be saying this, but I'm going to say it. We're the only two that didn't resign because we were the only two that actually asked the right questions. I have plethora of emails, and if I had noticed, I would show you that we were asking the right questions. But you guys purposely railroaded this man. You guys never used my name at all. It was just it was one other commissioner. It was always one other commissioner. So that's a telltale sign that somebody on this commission started this witch hunt. And now that it's all out here, just go back and watch any of those re-airings. My name is not mentioned, but I am a part of the two persons. He's the chair, I'm the co-chair, that basically we're asking the right questions to figure out why are people getting $20,000, $30,000 increases and they don't merit those increases. It wasn't passed in the budget. You guys talk about these audits. We actually asked for audits, and I have documentation to those persons saying, hey, we actually voted on record as a board to say, hey, can you have the audits actually happen? Can you have a person be brought in? And what did the person that was then the active director do? She actually went on FMLA leave. So asking the right questions, I think the only thing that we can actually do and actually I guess, speak towards is our positions as commissioners and asking the right questions. And after asking the right questions, we were then said that we were mean, they were this, they were that. So other than that, I don't have anything else to say. We want to have the opportunity to address these particular issues with all the exhibits that we're going to bring forth to show that we were doing our due diligence on our side as the board to say, hey, these persons do not need to be in these roles. And those same persons, some of those persons were dismissed. Those same persons came in here and basically said, hey, we discriminated against them, we did this, we did that. No, we were actually holding people accountable.
All right, Attorney Hale, anything else before we close this section?
Oh, no, Mr. Pitts.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Your request is that the action that's before us today be tabled.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you, Dr. White. So this will conclude then the hearing on the matter whether the Board of Commissioners should remove Mr. Weems and Dr. White from the Housing Authority of Fulton County pursuant to OCGA 8353 for inefficiency or neglect or misconduct in office. Madam Clerk, now would you please ensure that all of the exhibits have been collected and for that to be included in the record of these proceedings?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, so noted.
Okay, and now we'll turn to the board for internal deliberations on the matter. Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to read a letter that I wrote to Antavius Weems. I hope this letter finds you in good spirits. As the Fulton County Commissioner of District 4, I'm writing to take a moment to acknowledge and commend your invaluable contributions to our community as the chair of the board of the Housing Authority of Fulton County. Your unwavering advocacy for our residents has made a significant impact on the lives of many individuals who rely on the essential services provided by the Housing Authority. Your dedication to ensuring that Fulton County residents have access to safe, affordable housing demonstrates your sincere commitment to improving our community and empowering its members. It is also imperative to mention that throughout your tenure, there have been no allegations or instances of impropriety in relation to your service, underscoring the integrity and transparency with which you approach your role. This trait is increasingly important in leadership positions and reinforces the trust that the community places in your judgment. As we continue to face the challenges of housing and community growth, your leadership is essential as we strive for the welfare of those living in our cherished community. Thank you for your steadfast dedication and commitment to the people we serve. And I will start off by first saying that I would never vote for a hearing where someone is not provided due process. And as we have heard here today, there was no vote for this hearing. Only the ratification that was mentioned by our county attorney just moments ago. But as far as I can tell, that's still not a vote for us to have this hearing. Now, I'm no attorney, but I pray every day for God to give me knowledge, wisdom, and understanding and discernment. And my discernment says that something is stinky in this whole process. So let me ask the question, who signed for the certified letters that went to Mr. Weems and Mr. White? Were the signatures Mr. Weems and Dr. White's signatures on those certified letters? And I ask Madam Clerk, because it is my understanding from what I've been listening to that those letters came from the clerk's office from you directly?
Yes, they were signed by me. I think the county attorney's office received the.
No, I'm saying who signed in receipt of those letters once they were sent? You said that they were signed by someone, that they were received.
Correct.
On the other end. Were they signed by Dr. White and Mr. Weems?
I did not receive the return receipt that was received by the county attorney's office.
Oh, okay. Madam County
They
Attorney.
actually would have gone to the clerk's office, but it's our understanding that they have not had time to come back yet from the post office.
Hold on now, wait a minute. I thought the clerk said earlier that someone had received them on the other end. How would you know that if?
Actually, I stated that the tracking
Are
information.
you going to cut me off, or
minute,
you're
just a
not going to
minute,
let
just a
me
minute.
finish my sentence? What is all this attitude about?
Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Okay, so the question was, it's not funny.
I don't think so.
Then why are you laughing?
Commissioner Hall, please. Madam County Attorney.
I'm trying to address your
Just a minute,
question.
just a minute. Now, come on, guys. You have the floor. What's your question?
My question is, who signed for the certified letters that were sent to Dr. White and Attorney Weems that came from the clerk of the Board of Commissioners? Because it was mentioned earlier that they had proof that those letters were received. So who signed them? Did Dr. White and Attorney Weems sign for those certified letters? Is the camera on her?
So, as I was saying, earlier I said that someone in Attorney Weems' office received the package that was sent to him. We would only know who that person is if the return receipt came back from the post office, and that has not been returned at this time.
That's for Mr. Weems. Now, what happened with Dr. White?
With Dr. White, there was attempted service at the South Carolina address to which he is having his mail forwarded, but he is here, so I don't know who he has at that address to receive mail. It may have been delivered at some point subsequent to that attempt, but we don't have that information yet. But I do want to revisit the fact that actual service is not required for due process to have been satisfied for this type of hearing. So while actual service is ideal, due process does not require actual or ideal service in order to be legally adequate.
Okay, that's the position of our county attorney. Attorney Hale disagrees with that. Go ahead, continue, Madam Clerk, not Madam Clerk, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So neither Dr. White nor Attorney Weems signed for these certified letters. Okay, and so let's go back to the address, because there was so much back and forth. I couldn't get a clear understanding, because the letter that I'm looking at, which is signed by our clerk to the commission, Tanya Greer, has an address of 260 Peachtree Street, Suite 2200 on it. I know for a fact that that is not the address that Mr. Weems submitted when I appointed him to the Housing Authority of Fulton County Board. So I too am asking, where did the address come from? Because this, as far as I know, and somebody can correct me if I'm not correct, this is his attorney's office address. Is that not correct? Do I need to have Mr. Weems come down and confirm that for me?
There's a question, where did the clerk's office get the address?
Yes, because this is not the address that Mr. Weems submitted when he was appointed to the board.
Where did the address come from? Just state where it came from.
The addresses we have are in our system. So like I said, they could have come from the resumes, from your staff, I'm not sure exactly where they come from.
Okay.
I just know what we have in our system.
All right.
Okay, well, this is not the address that Mr. Williams submitted when he was appointed to the board.
Okay.
Okay.
So that clearly shows that an incorrect address was used. And why would you send it to his attorney's office? This is an actual public board. It's for service. It was not, he's not on here as an attorney from his law firm. And then there's the matter of this July 10th letter. It is so unclear what out of these lists, and I'm going to read this top paragraph that starts off before all of these. These are literally the things that Dr. Rochelle was reading as she stood before us. But what was not read is the fact that there is a paragraph before that, and I'm speaking of the, so that I'm clear, the July 10th letter to Mr. Antavius Weems, board chairperson, and it was sent to the Housing Authority of Fulton County address, I'm assuming, because it says Housing Authority of Fulton County. It says 4273 Wendell Drive Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30336. And this was sent to Mr. Weems, Attorney Weems, from Mr. William Biggs. And this is the page of items that Dr. Rochelle was stating when she stood before us. But it says at the top, we determined selecting a partner to assist Housing Authority of Fulton County is the most efficient manner to improve HAFC compliance. The following represent some of the concerns with HAFC current operations which support our recommendation that HAFC act immediately to select a partner to manage its finance and programs. And then below that is the list that Dr. Rochelle mentioned during her public comment. It has number 1, the operations, and the bullet points that she went over. I'm not going to reread them because they already should be a part of the records of this meeting. There's number 2, governance. There's number 3, financial management, all having their bullet points under them. But what I want to point out is this paragraph doesn't say that Mr. Weems was the problem behind all of these items. And I want to just point out that a lot of these say allegations. And I'd like to know who the allegations came from and who they were directed to, as it was stated several times by those speakers during public comment. There's not a clear determination on what applies to Dr. White, what applies to Attorney Weems. And can someone make that determination? Is there anyone here that can make that clear? Is that Madam County Attorney, Madam Clerk? Is that Dr. Rochelle? Is Mr. William Biggs here? Is Mr. William Biggs here?
I don't think so.
That's interesting. We have all this material that we're using to point at other people, but the people who we are utilizing as part of that information are not even here to speak to what they wrote. So Mr. Biggs, was Mr. Biggs invited to the meeting? Did anyone invite Mr. Biggs to the meeting?
Not to my knowledge, Commissioner.
Isn't that interesting? All right. So is there anyone here who can speak to this? Dr. Rochelle, Madam County Attorney. Well, Dr. Rochelle, you said that you've met with Mr. Biggs, worked very closely with him and everything. Can you clearly state which one of these allegations apply to Dr. White and Attorney Weems? Because isn't this the purpose of this hearing, that there's supposed to be all of these allegations against these two gentlemen?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Hall. I do not have any of the documentation that HUD used to formulate their letter. In my conversations with HUD, it was made clear to me that governance applies to the entire board of the Housing Authority, of which only 2 remain.
All right. So only governance applies to the board. So let's read what's under governance. Failure to maintain professional decorum at board meetings. Is that directed at Dr. White or Attorney Weems? It doesn't say. Dr. Rochelle?
Madam Commissioner, in my conversation with Mr. Biggs and other staff at the Housing Authority, it was communicated to me that the governance section is referencing the entire board.
The entire board.
Of which only 2 remain. The other 2 sections in operations are not specific to the board, other than the fact that the board has oversight over the operations. So they are not required to carry out the day-to-day tasks, but a part of their governance is oversight of operations and financial management. But the governance component specifically is in reference to the entire board.
Thank you. It's getting more and more clear. All right, so let's go to the other bullet points under governance, since these were the ones that were referenced toward the entire Housing Authority of Fulton County Board. Allegations that board actions are not in accordance with HAFC bylaws. Allegations of board chair actions without board approval. Allegations that procurement policies and procedures were violated during the period no executive director was in position. Allegations not all commissioners received notice of meetings. Allegations the state open records laws regarding Board of Commissioner meetings have been violated. Hold on, these are a lot of allegations. Have any of them been founded to be absolute?
I don't have any additional information related to this letter other than what's before us today.
So we have nothing to prove the allegations, we just have allegations. Okay. Going on to finish the last 3 bullet points. Failure to ensure required HUD reports and financial data submitted annually. April 2024 board meeting behavior resulted in negative local media reports, and failure to timely inform tenants and landlords about the late landlord voucher payments for June and July 2024. So these are the allegations that were referencing the entire board of HAFC, with no absolute determination whether or not they are true. But today we are here pointing these allegations directly at Attorney Weems and Dr. White. All right, moving on. I've heard a lot of exhibits being mentioned at today's meeting. Where are the exhibits located for the public to access them? Madam Clerk, I'm assuming they would have gone through you.
I received the exhibits over the weekend. They have not been posted online.
Oh, what?
They are not posted online.
Okay, so wait a minute. You received these exhibits over this past weekend,
That is correct, yes.
and they have not been posted online.
No,
But
it's
yet
part of
we
our
s-
post agenda.
So that's why you couldn't find them, Anita. That's why you couldn't find them, and I don't have them. All right, so, moving on. Let me see, what else did I have here? Oh, and I do want to be very clear because I heard some people say trial and some people say hearing. This is not a trial, this is a hearing. We are not here like we're at court. This is not a trial. Let's be clear about that. And I want to thank everyone that came out today to sit through this and to provide your public comment. It was very necessary. This right here, I don't know what to say other than we need to do exactly as Attorney Hill said. We need to hold this, and actually, since this is a public meeting and hearing, I would make a motion to hold it so that we can allow these two gentlemen the opportunity to gather together their witnesses and anything else that they need in order to address these allegations. And so I'm putting that motion on the floor.
Well, that's a motion. You're making a motion to hold?
Yes,
All right, is
to
there a
allow these gentlemen time,
there-
as their attorney said, to prepare for such a hearing where their names are associated with allegations.
All right, Attorney Hale suggested that we table. Your motion is to hold. Is there a second to the motion to hold?
Yes, a
All right,
second.
seconded by Commissioner Arrington. All right, let's dispose of the motion to hold. At this time, the motion on the floor is to hold.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I'm still in the queue for discussion and questions, which will be beneficial to the vote on the motion to hold. So, as a point of order, I object to moving forward, voting for the motion to hold.
All right, the motion
until we
on the
go
floor
through
is
the
to
queue.
hold. Commissioner Arrington wants to be heard on the motion to hold. Go ahead, Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I want to start out by apologizing to not only the volunteer members, Dr. White and Attorney Weems, but also to the general public, and more specifically to our staff. I want to apologize to Dr. Rochelle for being put in this position. I want to apologize to our clerk for being put in this position, and our county attorney for being put in this position. Dr. Rochelle, now that I've apologized to you, did we receive a letter from the board of the Housing Authority Board in July of 2023?
I don't recall a specific letter, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, let me ask a different question. Did the Housing Authority of Fulton County contact us in 2023 asking us to remove one of their board members who was disrupting their meetings and preventing them from having meetings?
I was not on the email chain, I don't believe, Mr. Commissioner. if that
Yes,
was.
ma'am. I didn't ask you if you were on the email chain. I asked you, did we receive an email from them asking Fulton County, asking the Board of Commissioners to remove one of their members because that person was being disruptive and preventing them from having meetings?
I've heard of such a letter.
So you are aware of that?
I've heard of such a letter, yes.
Okay, and were you present when the board members all came and spoke and asked us in 2023 to remove that person?
Yes, sir.
Did they say that they were unable to conduct board meetings because the person was disrupting meetings?
Yes, sir.
What action did this board take in response to that request from the Housing Authority Board?
I'm not sure if the alleged disruptive member was removed by board action or a single commissioner.
You're unaware if the board voted to remove the person?
No, sir. I don't have awareness as to what the enabling action was that resulted in his removal. I don't know whether that was a full board. I wasn't a part of any executive session conversation, so I'm not aware of how the ultimate decision to remove him was decided on.
Okay, where did our county manager go?
He had indicated he had
medical appointment.
Another event he had to go to.
Okay. All right. So, are you aware? Let me ask a different question. Did I wind up proposing last year that the Housing Authority be dissolved? Did
Yes.
I put forth a resolution to that matter?
Yes, sir.
And that was as a result of this board's unwillingness to move forward. Does that help refresh your recollection?
I recall in the public discussion about your resolution that you mentioned the ethics board, I believe, and lack of action.
Ma'am, I
there.
didn't ask you anything about the ethics board. Ma'am, I did not ask you anything about this is a hearing on the Fulton County Housing Authority. Please do not insult my intelligence or these people that have come down here and start talking about the ethics board. I can spend all day talking about the ethics board. We are not here for the ethics board, ma'am. Please do not do that.
What I'm responding to is what I recall about your resolution in the conversation.
Okay, yeah, I didn't ask you about a resolution or a conversation about the ethics board, ma'am. I asked you about the housing authority, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so please don't talk about anything dealing with the ethics board. We can bring that back anytime. I'm ready to bring that back anytime you want to.
So, Mr. Commissioner, I'm responding to what I recall as the conversation about the housing authority being dissolved.
Okay,
That is
do you
what I
remember
recall.
me saying that if we weren't going to take any action, we might as well get rid of the whole board?
I don't recall.
Do you
that.
remember me saying if we're not going to remove the man after the whole board comes down here asking for his removal, that we should get rid of the whole board?
I do not recall that, Mr. Chair.
Do you
Mr.
recall the board members saying that they couldn't conduct a meeting
Yes.
because the meetings were being disruptive?
I do recall that.
And you don't know if this board took any action or not?
I was not a part of any deliberations that resulted in the final action.
Well, if we won't remove the person after they come down here repeatedly and ask us to remove the person, and they say that they can't have any meetings, and then a year later we want to blame them because they came to us asking us for help? How many times did they come down here asking us for help?
Numerous times there was public comment about the board.
Numerous, so that's more than 3?
I would say yes.
And they all wrote letters?
I did not receive a letter.
Are you aware of the letters that were sent by members of the Housing Authority to this board?
During those comments, the commenters stated that they sent letters.
Okay, so, and how many of the board members came down here asking us for help?
I cannot confirm the number.
Okay. When was that person removed?
I could not confirm the date that person was removed, Mr. Commissioner.
Was it this year?
I don't know the date.
Okay. All right, and you said you don't have any documents or evidence to support any of the allegations in the letter from HUD?
The only document that I have is the failure for the data of the submitted annual report. I do have that, but open records, notice of meeting, the allegations, I do not have any additional information. The only one that I have information specifically is the financial data submitted annually.
Okay, and was that staff responsibility or was that board responsibility?
It's listed here in the governance section as well as in the financial management. So the person that would actually submit the data would definitely be a staff person that would submit it.
Who would actually compile the data?
That would be a staff function.
Okay, do you have minutes where the board, from the board meetings where they requested staff to do that?
I don't have any of the minutes.
So how could you make the recommendation without the supporting documents, ma'am?
Based on HUD's recommendation as the funder and the regulator.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you indicated that there were addresses in your system. How many addresses in your system do you have for each of these two individuals?
I'm showing, I had the P.O. box, and I just sent the, where I received an email from Ms.
I'm sorry, you're not speaking in the mic.
I'm sorry, I actually have, for Mr. Weems, I actually have, looks like 3 addresses for him.
Okay, so you said you have the P.O. box and you have 2 additional addresses?
Yes, I do.
And who made the decision, or let me ask this, how many of those addresses was this notice letter sent to?
Looks like it was just sent to the one Peachtree Street address.
Okay, do your records indicate when any of those addresses were obtained?
These were obtained in April of 2024.
You obtained all 3 of them in April of 2024?
I did. On an email. On an email.
On an email?
Yes.
Who would have made the decision to send the letter to one address and not to all 3?
Well, we just provided the one address to, we would do the local address. I'm not sure what address we had at the actual time of appointment. I think the appointment was in 2023, and then I received the additional addresses in 2024. So that initial appointment letter would have gone to the P.O. box. And for purposes of certified mail, we would have sent it to an actual street address.
Okay, yes, my question was who would have made the decision?
I would have made the decision, or staff.
So, I'm sorry, what was your answer again?
Well, I would have directed staff to send the letter to, for certified mail, not a P.O. box.
Okay, yeah, my question again was who? I'm sorry, ma'am, maybe I didn't do a good job of asking the question.
Who?
Who would have made the decision to send it to one of the addresses and not to all three?
That would have been me.
Okay. Now, how are the addresses entered into the system? So you have the ability to have more than one address entered apparently for someone.
Right, well, we can enter more than one, just, it depends on what we need the address for. And like I said, I actually got this street address from an email. In the system is the P.O. box.
Oh, okay, wait a minute now. Let's be real clear because the attorney told us earlier that the letter was sent to his address of record. That's what the county attorney told us earlier. Did you hear her? Did you hear her say that?
Yes.
And what is his address of record in your system, ma'am?
The P.O. box.
Was the letter sent to his address of record?
No, because it was a P.O. box.
Are you aware of the letters sent in July 2023 asking for the removal of a board member due to disruptions of the board?
No, I didn't didn't receive that letter.
You didn't receive that letter. Are you aware that the board, because you sit in our executive session meetings,
Right.
are you aware that the board was requested to remove a board member?
Yes.
Is that executive session?
No, it was not. They sent us letters and they just testified. Dr. Rochelle just testified that they all came down here and asked us for our removal and that they sent us several letters. Now, are you aware that the Board of Commissioners was requested on multiple occasions to remove a board member of the Housing Authority who was being disruptive to their meetings and preventing them from taking action?
Yes.
Are you aware that this board did not take any action?
No, you did take action on January 16th.
What action was taken on January 16th?
Item 240018, you all voted to remove a board member from the Housing Authority.
We voted to, who did we vote to remove in January of this year?
Ronnie Shakir?
Okay, so the request came in July of 2023. Is that correct?
I'm not sure when the request came in.
Okay, so from July 2023 on, they sent us numerous letters and they all came down here requesting help from this board. So from July through January, there was no action taken, but in January we voted to remove.
That is correct.
And they had been telling us that they couldn't operate or have a meeting due to the disruptions from this person. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have copies of the appointment letter for Mr. Weems?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I would like to have those records entered into the record for this matter. I would also like to have the address in the system entered into the record for this matter.
So noted.
I see Attorney Weems is out there. Let me ask you some questions. Come down, please, sir. And Dr. White, if you want to come down as well, that would be great.
Come on. Afternoon. Yes, sir.
Okay. Attorney Williams, did you write to this board in 2023 requesting assistance in the removal of one of the Housing Authority board members because that person was disrupting the meetings and preventing you all from taking action?
Yes, sir. July 2023, a letter was sent to Chairman Pitts from our General Counsel, Andy Patterson, stating that Mr. Rani Shakir, who was appointed by Khadijah Abdul Rahman, had in fact been charged with 3 sexual harassment complaints of staff members in the office, and both male and female. And in addition to that, that he was disrupting the meetings where he would not allow us to meet, just consistently and continuously disrupting the meetings. We literally couldn't get any actions done. So the entire board came down, one after the other, and asked for assistance. And we're told that you all couldn't do anything, and that we were required to have our own hearing. So we had our own hearing. We got Judge Thelma Wyatt Moore to conduct the hearing and to determine that, in fact, former Representative Rani Shakir was disruptive and should be removed.
So I don't want to I don't know that the names are necessarily important because I don't want anyone disparaging your name and I don't want to disparage anyone else's name. So let's talk about what actions. You said this board told you that we couldn't conduct a hearing and that you all needed to conduct a hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's what we were advised by Attorney Patterson, yes.
And did you all, in fact, conduct that hearing?
We did.
And what happened as a result?
Judge Moore made a determination that the former member, in fact, needed to be removed and had exceeded just whatever the standard was of disrupting the meetings and being a threat to health and human safety of the people there.
So is it correct that there was no action by this board from July of 2023 until January of 2024?
That's correct. And when this board acted was not at its own volition. It was after we conducted our hearing. We sent the entire packet down here, the video, audio, transcript, with the request of it, and then it happened.
Okay, so I would ask also, Madam Clerk, for all emails from the Housing Authority board members from all of 2023 and all of 2024 also be entered into the record. I would also ask that the proceedings regarding the removal of the previous member also be entered into the record, and any documents relating to that removal and or request by the Housing Authority Board. I would ask that those items also be entered into the record for this matter.
So noted, Commissioner.
What is your recollection? Is it your recollection that this board voted to remove the person, or is it your recollection that that person resigned?
My recollection was that he resigned. At least that's what he said to us, that he will, so we thought he had resigned.
That's my recollection as well.
What we received next was an appointment letter saying that somebody else had taken his place, he had been replaced by someone else.
Well, that conforms with my recollection because I don't remember us voting to remove that person from the board. My recollection is similar to yours in that my memory is that the person resigned and that the commissioner who had recommended him for appointment by this board recommended someone new.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that new person came on the
Point of order,
board for
Mr.
the
Chair.
Housing Authority?
This line of question is not germane to the matter before us. Where this is not germane to this.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you. Yes, these questions are absolutely germane. We're talking about a letter from July 10th and us voting to take action to remove board members in less than 30 days when they came down here begging us to take action for over 7 months and we didn't do it. That is absolutely germane. What happened and the procedures of what happened and how we got here, what else are we talking about? If we're not talking about that, if I can't ask them about the supporting documentation, if I can't ask them about the notice, if I can't ask them about the address of record, what can I ask them about? When did they go to the bathroom? I'm asking them about the Housing Authority. I'm asking them about communications from the Housing Authority. I'm asking them about the actions that were taken by this board as a result of the request and them coming down here sending the numerous emails that Dr. Rochelle said that they sent. How could that not be germane?
It is not germane.
Okay.
I would say there's a point of order. It's not germane to what we're here before to discuss.
Understand.
Okay, so let me get back to my questions. So when the Housing Authority requested help from this board and removal of a member in 2023, was the Housing Authority or was the board successful in getting that help?
No, sir.
How many meetings were y'all not able to conduct as a result of the disruptions?
I think we maybe were able to do 2, 3.
So we can take action within 30 days to remove people after we didn't take action for over 7 months. This is July of a year. We didn't take action for a year, over a year, but now we can do something in 30 days, a knee-jerk reaction. Attorney Williams, did you receive the notice that was outlining this meeting?
No, sir. I've yet to receive any letter. Had I received it, I certainly would have, as I stated, issued the subpoenas for Commissioner Abdul Rahman and Commissioner Chair Pitts and other witnesses that were ready and willing to come down. We just didn't know what the date was.
Yeah, probably need to subpoena the clerk's office, Dr. Rochelle.
Looks that way.
And some other people too. What is your address of record that you supplied to the clerk's office for the Housing Authority of Fulton County?
It should be Collier Drive. It's a Collier Drive address or my P.O. Box, P.O. Box 50488.
Did you receive an appointment letter from the clerk?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what address was that appointment letter sent to?
P.O. Box 50488.
Did you contact the clerk's office and tell them to no longer use that P.O. Box address?
No, sir, I wouldn't have done that.
Did you contact the clerk's office and tell them to mail it to another address?
No, sir, I wouldn't have done that. And certainly not my law firm, because my law firm would not have been used to qualify me. I have to be qualified as a Fulton County resident. So I have to live in Fulton County, so I would not have used my law firm
address.
Okay. Dr. White, did you receive the notice letter for this alleged hearing?
No, sir.
Let me ask you, Dr. White, did you send a letter to this board asking this board to take action for the removal of a housing authority member last year?
I did not. I don't think I was on the board around that time.
Are-
I've only been on the board
Okay.
a few months.
Okay. When were you appointed to the board?
It escapes me, maybe November.
Okay. Are you aware that the Housing Authority Board had been requesting removal of a member?
Yes.
And was that removal of that member due to disruption of meetings of the Housing Authority?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that, or were those disruptions interfering with the board's ability to conduct the business that the board needed to conduct?
Yes.
So, again, I'm going to end the way I started by apologizing to Dr. Rochelle and to our clerk because they got looped into this. They got pulled into this. This is insanity. We don't take action. We won't remove somebody for 7 months, despite the fact that we get numerous letters and emails from members of the Housing Authority of Fulton County to remove a member who's disrupting their meetings. As a result of us receiving those emails, and as a result of us not taking any action, I put forth a resolution to just dissolve the whole thing. Because I said, hey, if you're not gonna allow these people to conduct meetings, if you're not gonna remove someone that's being disruptive and preventing them from taking action, why not just get rid of the whole thing? What did this board do? Nothing. Not one thing. We're not gonna let them meet. We're not going to take any action. We're just gonna sit back and wait for them to do anything. This is insanity. And now we're gonna try to act within 30 days without sending notice to the address of record, despite the fact that the county attorney says that we sent it to the address of record, and the clerk says she didn't send it to the address of record, without due process, based on allegations that are unsubstantiated and not supported by any documents or evidence? God have mercy on our souls.
All right, Commissioner Ellis.
I think can we dispose of that particular motion that was brought
Yes,
forward?
all right, the motion on the floor is to hold. Motion to hold by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Marvin Arrington. Let's vote on the motion to hold.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion to hold fails. 2 yeas, 5 nays.
All right, Commissioner Ellis, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I like performance art as good as the other person does, but I like action better. The item that's here before us, we've been briefed as a board about the challenges that this particular authority has, and it's been brought to us by the regulator and the source of the funding, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. There's been a lot of discussion and stuff thrown out about sexual harassment and all that stuff. Is contained within any of the exhibits that we've had before us today, any discussion of any sort of thing related to sexual harassment?
No, sir.
Okay, so let's just dispose of that, kind of right there. We've established from advice from our county attorney, this isn't a criminal matter, but in terms of, the meeting is properly held and it's been properly it's been properly noticed, and there's been sufficient effort to supply the parties with notice, correct?
Yes, and to clarify the record, I did want to note that the address that Mr. Weems received his notice was an address that he provided to the clerk's office and an address at which he holds himself out publicly to practice law locally in his licensed profession as an attorney.
Okay. The letters which have been presented as exhibits that came from HUD are dated June 27, 2024, and I believe July 10 was the other one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And those were, I believe we were copied on the July 10th letter, which is the most substantive one. And it does look like Mr. Weems is copied on both of those, or one is addressed to him directly. Look, today is not about the denigration of any particular individual, and it's unfortunate some of this has tried to be framed as that. We met collectively as a board, and we made the decision collectively to send in a letter to the entirety of this board seeking their resignation. I have a member that I've appointed who I think is a very quality individual as well, and I don't denigrate her character. She chose to resign, respected the wishes of this board. The two members here have not. Thus far, we are proceeding with this process today. People can be very well intended, and people can be of generally fine character, but collectively as a group, many times oftentimes can be in a situation where they fail collectively to do their duty. And we have been presented with a preponderance of findings from this regulator. And they relate to the things that a board should have oversight of. And collectively, this board failed in that. These two members are part of that board. And I think the preponderance of evidence is overwhelming that we should be seeking the removal of the entirety of this board. And that is the advice that we have received, as I understand it, from HUD.
Yes, sir.
That we need to do a full replacement of this board and reset of it.
Yes, sir.
And my interest in this are solely about the impact on Fulton County citizens. Personally, I've sat on boards of organizations that provide housing for homeless men. One sits off Westlake Avenue, a former board member of that. Board member of another organization that does work off of Joseph E. Boone. I personally give to many of these organizations. I know what it's like to sit on a board, and I know what it's like to make tough decisions around times when you may have to let someone go who's fine character, but just for whatever reason, the proper work is not getting done in the context of what their role is. And that's all this is about today. This isn't about denigration of anybody's character or what sort of citizen they are. There have many great leaders that have been removed from existing roles. Bill Belichick went on to be one of the greatest football coaches of all time. Walt Disney was fired as a cartoonist because he said he wasn't creative enough. Mozart was fired, right? So it's not unheard of that individuals, for whatever reason in particular situations or groups of individuals, it's just not collectively working. And it's time for the organization to move forward and move on, because that's what's in the best interest of our citizens in this particular case. And I feel like the evidence that we've seen in these letters that are factual, there are pieces in here, yes, that are allegations. This isn't a criminal trial or anything like that, and I'm not sure that behooves any of us to be getting into he said, she said with those matters. That's not what we as a body are about. or our purpose in that. But there are clear factual things in here that didn't occur that a board should have oversight of and should ensure that they are happening. Audited financial data, submission of reports to the group to the HUD who's providing the funding, and numerous other things in here that just should have been completed, that for whatever reason they just didn't get done. And the board also has oversight in terms of selection of a director and therefore ultimately what the quality of the staff is. Yes, they're not doing the work, but that's part of their oversight role. Just like we have oversight of selection of managers, county attorneys, auditors, et cetera. So again, I feel like the preponderance of the evidence is here. And I'm going to make a motion to remove Antavius Weems and Lamar White from the board of the Housing Authority of Fulton County pursuant to OCGA 8353 based on the evidence presented at today's hearing.
Second.
All right. You've heard the motion by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman. Any further discussion? Commissioner Thorne, you still want to be heard?
Yeah, I just want to clarify a few things. So there was comments made that we had a special called meeting and we didn't vote on it. I'm a new board member on this board, and we've had many special called meetings. I don't recall voting on any of them. Is there some requirement that we have to have?
There is not. I have the authority to call a special meeting.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. And I just want to make it clear, my decision has nothing to do with the personal character of anybody on the board. We asked for everybody to step down. Just two gentlemen decided not to. So that's why we're here today. And I hate that. I hate that people, the mudslinging, the attack on people's characters, that really have nothing to do with, we're trying to do what's best for the citizens of Fulton County. The baseless sexual allegations, that has nothing to do with my decision. My decision has to do with the people who receive those vouchers. My decision has to do with their health and their wellness. And they're not worried that their vouchers aren't getting paid on time and they're going to be homeless on the street. Those are the people that I am worried about. I don't care about your ego and your character being flawed. If you would have accepted the resignation like everybody else on the board, you would have just peacefully gone away. We would have carried on business what's best for the citizens of Fulton County. And I am sorry, I'm emotional about this, but there were statements made that the people in North Fulton don't care. That we don't care. There are so many of us that work in nonprofits, that sit on boards, that are in the streets. Personally, City of Refuge is passionate to my heart. I grew up serving the people with a mom who tried to help migrants that come into this country with bilingual education with her Mexican background. She served decades of that. And I work with thousands of people, friends in North Fulton, that all we do is volunteer at nonprofits. I think I could have probably been very successful in a career by now, but no, I prefer to serve because that's where my heart is. I want everybody to know that the people of North Fulton, we care about everybody in Fulton County. So I resent those comments, especially from a former elected official. Consultants, many of you spoke here today. We're not saying you have to go away. I admire the work that you've done. I admire that you came to step in. We're not saying that you have to go away. We're not saying you have to discontinue your work. Mr. Weems was put on the board years ago. He's had his chance. I'm new, I'm not familiar. I don't know Mr. Weems, I don't know Mr. White, but I know that that board is dysfunctional. My appointee on that board resigned in February because of the dysfunction on that board. They just couldn't get anything done. It wasn't going on anywhere. So I tried and worked on trying to appoint somebody on that board. I had somebody who used to chair the Roswell Housing Authority. I was begging her to come and take on. But she talked with her friends at HUD and said it's dysfunctional. It's not worth saving. I tried my best to convince her to maybe go on, to wait. I even wanted to appoint her moving forward. She talked with her friends at HUD. They said, no, you should probably step back. You should step away. It's too dysfunctional. There were comments made, lots of comments made about how Mr. Weems reached out to HUD. He was going to save it. He was reaching out. He was calling for help. But Dr. Rochelle says HUD contacted him because they hadn't turned in their audited reports. I believe Dr. Rochelle, you can correct me, is it $7 million we get in federal funding?
7.8.
Yes, ma'am, 7.8 million.
$7.8 million in federal funding that we cannot account for properly. Do you want the feds coming after us? Do you want the feds to come and take over our housing authority? Do you want someone up in DC deciding who and who does not get vouchers? Do you want someone in the state? Maybe the state will take over. No, I prefer to have somebody local. I prefer to save this housing authority. And what we have to do to save this housing authority is reconstitute the board so that HUD has trust in that board. We are trying to save it for the people. Our goal here is all of us want what's best for the people. And what's best for the people is a properly run housing authority. And with this current board, we're not going to get it. It's simple. We have to take action now if we really care about the people, or do we care about egos? Someone quoted Proverbs 22-1, your name is worth more. Is that what we're here to save? We're here to save names? No, we're here to save people. At least I'm here to save people. So I beg you today, I have nothing against Mr. Weems. I have nothing against Mr. White. I don't know them. But I want you to genuinely know in my heart that I have weighed this decision for a year now. And I'm doing what I think is best for the people of Fulton County, even though I'm from North Fulton. Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Motion by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rockman. Vice Chair Abdul Rockman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I will try to be brief, but I want to read this into record because we're talking about a name. We're talking about a name today, or at least that was brought up several times. But before I get to the issue of the name, the core values of integrity, acting ethically and transparently in all business dealings, prioritizing doing the right thing over personal gain. I want you to think about that for a minute. The reason I want you to think about that, I want to correlate it to the leader of the party that I'm a part of. President Biden stepped down as being the nominee. And he said it was something, it's a hard decision for him to do, but he did it for the greater good and put another nominee out there. He's the president. In my opinion, he has done a great job. And in the opinion of a lot of our Democratic voters, he has done a great job. But he stepped down for the greater good. Sometimes leadership means you must do for the greater good. Why do I say that? As a sitting legislator here that's beholden to the tax-paying citizens of Fulton County, since my former appointee, Ronald Shakir's name was mentioned, I asked Mr. Shakir to step down. Not because I believe in any trumped up sexual harassment that my office independently investigated and found not a shred of evidence other than hearsay. He did not want to step down. He fought me vehemently. But let me tell you something about the greater good. Ronald Shakir is a man that I respect, that the community respects. Ronald Shakir is somebody who worked in the community. And for political gain, individuals wanted to taint his name. So, in my opinion, as someone that must make decisions, and sometimes hard decisions, I removed someone who hadn't done anything, in my personal opinion, to warrant removal. I removed him. If he was alleged to be the distraction, then I'm going to remove him. I did that. Ronald Shakir works at the pleasure of this board. He was appointed by me. Generally speaking, you serve at the pleasure of the board. This board serves at the pleasure of the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County, not for favor or gain. And I think we got away from that. But since in this hearing, we wanted to throw a person in who I personally asked to step down, he didn't want to. I removed him. Why? For the greater good. And doing what is the greater good is not always going to be popular. You're going to upset some friends and some foes. But when integrity is involved, it should not be a problem. Resignations were asked of all board members. There was a conversation had that all board members would resign. So what I'm saying to you today is my decision as a sitting legislator that have to make the decisions in the best interest of the Fulton County taxpayer. Some gonna like and some not gonna like. But that is life. We see it played out every day. So what I would say to this audience, we have played out a whole bunch of innuendo, a whole bunch of name calling, a whole bunch of disrespect of executive staff. For what? Personal gain? Political gain. At the end of the day, we've got citizens that are on edge because we have a dysfunctional board that interferes with the day-to-day operations. And now it's a board that can't operate because it's only 2 members. Sometimes you have to make decisions that involve integrity. Might not like it, might not even be fair, but if they're for the greater good, and you say that you're a public servant, you say that you're here, you say that you're doing this for the people of Fulton County, then the question becomes mute. HUD has told us what we need to do, and as sitting members of this body, I can only speak for myself that I intend to do what is best for the Fulton County taxpaying citizen.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we have a motion on the floor to remove Mr. Antavius Weems and Dr. White, I'd like to call Attorney Antavius Weems up because it looks like your votes are trying to move forward with this removal, so he should at least have the opportunity to defend himself based on the allegations, the quote-unquote allegations that are before us right now. But first, if you allow me one moment, Attorney Weems, I do have a question I need to ask Dr. Rochelle, because I've been combing through these. Well, I don't have all the exhibits because, as we were told, the clerk received them over this weekend and they had not been uploaded for the public. So what I do have access to, I've been combing through these documents trying to find the letter where HUD wrote that their recommendation was to remove the entire HAFC board. And so, Dr. Rochelle, if you could point me toward where I should be able to find that, I would greatly appreciate that.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Hall. In my comments, what I stated is that the recommendation to reconstitute the board was based on my conversations in consultation with HUD. I did not point to any document that said that.
Hold on, I'm sorry. So we don't have anything in writing saying that HUD is asking us to remove the entire HAFC board?
No, ma'am, we do not. I swore under oath what my conversations with HUD were and what they have been. And the recommendation that I put forth to the board was in consultation with HUD that in the best interest of the county, the first step would be to reconstitute the board.
All right. Oh, boy. So let me ask another question about that. So your recommendation, so you provided your recommendation based off of your conversation with HUD, which would be who? Mr. William Biggs, who's on?
Yes,
Let me see
ma'am.
the letter.
It's Mr. William, my conversations. I can give you the meeting dates for all of those. I can pull those up if you give me a moment. But I had scheduled meetings with HUD, and this is where my recommendation was formed in consultation with these numerous meetings, which included William Biggs, Latricia Thomas, and Brandon Little.
All right.
All are HUD employees.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. So, Mr. Weems, you've heard the allegations, and I just would like to hear from you, based on these allegations, what do you have to say? And Dr. White, let me just clear up something, because when you were speaking, did I hear correctly that you have only been on the board for a few months? But did I hear correctly, you said November, was that November of 2023 or?
2023. November 2023, yes. So
Okay.
a few months before all this thing started happening. And I want to address one particular person as pertains to something. I don't know if it's right. I'm not a politician. I'm an educator. When you talk about day-to-day operations, you talk about not being able to do, well, let me tell you who I am. I'm Lamar White from Compton, California. I am a two-time graduate of Clark Atlanta University, one-time graduate of Howard University. When you talk about, I grew up on food stamps, Section 8 housing. I'm one of 23 siblings. I'm the only person to go to college to this day.
So when we talk about people who care, like I am a product of not this community, but of Compton, California, and that community, and that Section 8 housing, and understanding that. So you talk about labor of love and all those different things. You talk about expertise, and you talk about housing. I have over 20 years of expertise, so I'm not that old. So when you talk about individuals being in the right positions to inform people of the things that should be done, and then when you talk about notice of hearings and things like that, and asking persons that were heading up the actual agency particular questions that never got answered, and those people just vanished. Those people just left, and they're not being held accountable today. It was also mentioned that everybody was asked to resign, but 2 people refused. I refused because I'm a product of said environment, if you will. And if I'm a part of it, if I'm not, and him and I have already had conversations about what we planned on doing moving forward, which is crazy because if this played out the way it was going to play out, you guys probably would have gotten what you all wanted. But the fact that we are on record now, you guys are saying things, you two are saying things that are so offensive. So North Fulton County, whoever made that comment, they were out of order. However, what you won't do.
Okay, come.
You
Dr. White,
No,
Dr. White, just a minute, just a minute.
We've all had time to talk.
Dr. White.
We've all had time to talk.
Dr. White.
We've all had time to talk. Have we not had time to talk?
The motion before us, you were called up, the motion before us is to approve. You were called up by Commissioner Hall.
I understand.
For a specific purpose.
Yes, sir.
And I called you up for you to be able to provide public comment, as many have done before us at so many BOC meetings. So, Dr. White, you have the floor to speak your mind, because that is what you have the right to do.
This is not about emotions. This is about facts. I was appointed to this board because of the fact that I had some knowledge of what could be done in the right way. Also, understanding my background and where I'm from, and knowing that I'm going to fight for the well, not students in this case, but sorry, educator. I'm going to fight for the constituents. I'm going to fight for the persons that we actually want to see served effectively. And when those persons are not being served effectively, we're going to get the persons that are employed to do the work, we're going to get them removed. The only person that we can actually work with is executive director. The things that you guys have said are offensive. And I don't know who they're directed to, but hopefully not directed to me. Because the reality of it all is, this is a labor of love. It is something that's free, but I'm more than willing to step aside. But before stepping aside, certain things have to be rectified. Certain things that had been said needed to be rectified, and they still haven't been rectified because we still haven't had our time to actually present the evidence that we have that would have moved this authority to another place.
Chairman, can I respond?
Thank you, Dr. Wright. I still have the floor.
Just a minute, just a minute. All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Weems, you have a question for Mr. Weems?
I do, but I have the floor.
You have the floor. Mr. Weems coming up. She has another question for you.
So before I ask Mr. Weems a question, I do want to apologize to the gentleman who made the public comment, and he did quote Proverbs, and no one from this board should publicly say anything about what someone at public comment states before us. You have a right to say whatever it is you want to say, and nobody should attack you for that. So I apologize that you were. I see you nodding. Mr. Weems, Attorney Weems, so go ahead, please. You have heard all the allegations, and you've heard all of the comments that were made, and I just want to hear from you on these allegations.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hall. Before I go forward, I want to be certain that I am just putting on the record that I'm still not waiving, any notice, any rights, or any defenses that we have or allegations. We have served the county attorney now with a emergency motion for injunction, TPO, as well as a motion for declaratory judgment. If the county attorney is is advising, and I guess I need to stop here to find out whether or not the county attorney is advising that we stop in favor of the motion being served. It's before the Honorable Earl Glanville, or are we being forced to move forward?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you're saying.
We filed an emergency motion for a TPO injunction and a motion for declaratory judgment, petition for relief for declaratory judgment before the Fulton County Superior Court. A copy of both have been served on the county attorney, which under normal circumstances I would imagine would cease until the Superior Court judge has made a decision whether or not he's going to deem this to be an emergency for the purpose of having a hearing, or are we just being asked to move forward?
Was you saying this happened while we were here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Regarding the lawsuit Mr. Weems is referring to, we were just handed copies of what appears to be documents that were filed in the Fulton County Superior Court at 10:54 a.m., which were not previously disclosed in this proceeding. And some of the documents appear to have been signed on the 26th, which was last Friday, but appear to have just been filed today. We haven't had a chance to review them thoroughly, but I don't see anything in them that would prevent you from moving forward, in that there has been no court order entered, and that is in part because they could not have been, since they were not filed until after this proceeding began.
Thank you, Madam County Attorney. Anything else, Ms. Hall?
I'm sorry.
All right, so
With
Mr.
that, I can
Williams, will you
sure.
proceed?
All right, thank you. Let me first state that, and take you back a little bit. I've served as the chairman for the authority, Housing Authority, I think since 2020. Upon being elected as its chair, I began to ask probing questions because things were not being moved into the right direction. And asking those probing questions, we began to get information that was just not truthful. I began to get calls from other people who stated that the Housing Authority, these are other Housing Authority officials, that the Housing Authority was in trouble, that I needed to not believe as much in staff and see if we can contact HUD. In doing that, it was me who contacted HUD. I contacted HUD, Commissioner Thorne. They didn't contact us. I called them. I have proof of it. I have written proof of it. It is indisputed. It is unmutable. It's an unmutable fact. Upon contacting HUD, and I don't apologize for it because I knew that something needed to be done, that our staff was really not giving us the good information. And HUD said to us, we don't normally meet with the boards, but we'll meet with you. So they met with the board, and they said to the board, you all have been lied to. You all have been essentially lied to. The reports that your staff has given us is dismal. They submitted a report to HUD in the Russian language, and when HUD asked them to correct it, they would not correct it. We knew nothing about it. Our housing choice voucher program was dismal. In 5 areas, we received a 0 or a 37 out of 100. We knew nothing about it on the board because when we asked, we were told and lied to and told things were great. Our relationship with HUD was wonderful. Our finances had been submitted. And then once we started to find out that was not true, the executive director took medical leave, FMLA, immediately that day. FMLA went out. During the meeting, left the meeting and submitted FMLA papers because she knew that something had gone wrong under her leadership, and now we knew. Immediately, her number 2 came up, and we found out that number 2 was the person on the HCV. So that person, unanimously by the board, was terminated. What we also learned is that the very people, the local people, Mr. Brandon Little, Mr. Morris, is it Brandon Little and the other person that Ms. Dr. Rochelle referenced? The gentleman was one of the best friends of the person we terminated. And not only that, he had contacted my law firm some 6 months prior to ask to be the executive director of the Housing Authority. And I told him that was inappropriate to please submit his resume in the proper way. And he did, but he wasn't selected. So, as I stated, and as the federal government is investigating that, because we believe that that was retaliation. That now you're going to place the housing authority in potential peril because you weren't given the job that you wanted. You wanted to be the executive director so that your friend can be the number 2 who worked there as the HCV manager. Let's be clear. Let's also go forward to be clear that this housing authority never had issues with this board meetings. It just didn't happen. When we started having issues with our board meeting is when the Honorable Khadija Abdul-Rahman appointed her appointee. He came on, he began to touch women inappropriately. He began to...
Yeah, continue, Mr. Williams.
Are you sure? Because I don't want anybody to hit me from the back of the head.
Continue.
He began to sexually harass people, women and men, as documented. He began to disrupt our meetings. He would go into authorities, as you heard here. He is an advocate of building more housing projects. I'm not sure. But what we know is that we couldn't get our work done. So we came to you. We came to you begging, and you told us you could not help us. So we then took things in our own hands and started working directly with HUD. And when I called HUD, I didn't call local because I knew that the local people were not essentially going to give us what we wanted. I called DC. I called Washington, D.C., and was able to get to the higher level of HUD to get the information that we needed. So in that, simultaneously, while we have Commissioner Abdul-Rahman's appointee disrupting the meetings, we get to January. He leaves, she appoints another person. And as you saw, that person did exactly what the edict was, disrupt the meetings. Disrupt all the meetings. Don't let any business occur was the edict. And it was carried out. On the local news, you didn't see Attorney Weems on the news acting a fool. You didn't see Vice Chair on the news acting a fool. You saw Attorney Weems saying, please stop, ma'am, please just stop. That's all you saw Attorney Weems do. So this board and the people that were on the board who were creating the issues are gone. They're gone. And I find it very just egregious that we would be here suggesting that myself and Dr. White has done something untoward. And so I wrote down a couple of things with respect to the charges. The charges, as I understood them, was failing to submit the annual Section 8 Management Assessment Program certification. The bylaws of the Housing Authority of Fulton County does not require any member of the board to submit any document to HUD. In fact, to do so would be illegal. So we couldn't do it if we never wanted to. The communication from the Housing Authority to HUD comes from the executive director. All submission of all reports, including the Section 8 Management Assessment Program, comes from the executive director. Now keep in mind, we've told you that we had an executive director that once we found out that she wasn't doing what she was supposed to do, she took FMLA. So we are correcting it by bringing in Dr. Harper, Dr. Green, and Mr. Caldwell to correct this. And they're there and made an assessment, and now we have someone there who is operating in the role of executive director interimly who has over 25 years of housing authority experience. But we needed to be able to be given the time to get there. I love the county of Fulton just as you do, Chairman Pitts, just as you stated to me that you just don't want Fulton County's name sullied, and neither do I. But I also don't want Antavius Weems' name sullied as you did. And I won't forget you did it. With respect to poor management of the day-to-day operations of the Housing Authority and lack of procedures, it indeed is the responsibility of the executive director and staff, not the Housing Authority Board, to ensure that those things are done. Nobody on that board has the responsibility and or authority to do any of that. It would be the same as if you were required to do those things as members of this board. Failing to submit the required annual financial data and audited financial submissions for 2022 and 2023. Not the responsibility of the board. The responsibility of the board to ensure that it's being worked on, and when we ask, our minutes will show that we were told that it was being done until HUD told us otherwise. And when HUD told us otherwise, we immediately hired Richard Rose to go in and do an audit. And that is what he's done. Failing to maintain compliance with HUD program guidelines. That is not the responsibility of any member of the board. It is the responsibility of the staff and the executive director. The board does not, will not, did not interfere with any day-to-day operations of that authority. And I don't think that Dr. Harper or any member of her team would say otherwise. It did not happen. Failing to obtain the services of an accountant to handle the routine accounting functions, and instead allowing the current leadership to perform daily accounting functions in spite of none of them having an accounting background. That just did not occur. We immediately hired Richard Rose, but even if we had not, it wouldn't have been the board's responsibility. It would have been the responsibility of the staff and the executive director, but when the board identifies the issues, we acted unanimously. Before Chairman Pitts gutted the board was operating fully. We had people on there who were working hard and who were trying to get this authority back on track with HUD's assistance. So when what I've learned from HUD in Washington, D.C., is that HUD has stated they never make a recommendation politically to remove anybody from any board. So that will be dealt with and investigated, and a determination will be made with respect to whether or not that happened or who made it. I won't go away. Next, failing to timely inform landlords and tenants about the late voucher payments for June and July. That was not the responsibility of the board, but when the board found out about it, we immediately acted. I put a letter on the website and had the staff send a letter. Please put a letter to every landlord about their payments and let them know when we're going to make sure they receive their payments. And it was done. It was accomplished. And we apologized to them and let them know it would not happen again. Now, lastly, hiring an inexperienced executive director who lacks public housing experience. Where? Because we are responsible for hiring the executive director, and the executive director we hired has 25 years of experience. So I'm not sure where that allegation even came from. It's just wrong. The 3-member team that we hired was never to run the authority. It was to make an assessment with respect to where the issues, the gaps, and holes were in the authority and where the staff were. What you've heard were the people who came down here. We didn't come down here because you had already told us you couldn't help us. You couldn't do anything for us. So we didn't come. But the very people who were creating the issue, the very people who put the authority in peril, the very people who came down here and said all the things they said to you were people who put this housing authority in the position it was in. And while I certainly appreciate the tenet to start all over and to not besmirch anybody's name and reputation, that's exactly what you're doing. And you may not be doing it intentionally, some of you, but then some of you are doing it intentionally. It is absolutely intentional. It is intentional that someone who I've known since the 90s, who's not really cared for me particularly, there's no, and I will say this, I don't believe there's no coincidence that Dr. White's name has not been called once, but Attorney Antavius Weems' name has been called several times. It is because I said I would run against Khadijah Abdul-Rahman. I'm not silly. It is because I said, and I still did support her opponent. And she stated to a number of people that will eventually come out that she's going to remove me from this authority board. So I understand exactly where this is coming from. But it is petty, it is political, and I do not appreciate my name being attempted to be sullied. I don't have any charges against me, Mr. Pitts, of sexual harassment or any other type of harassment. And when you had those charges against you, sir, for sexual harassment, I supported you. I supported you when you had your charges. I find it egregious and disappointing that you couldn't offer me the same because I never had them. You did. Thank you.
Anything else?
You want to say anything?
Dr. White, is there anything else? I didn't allow you to address the allegations, even though I asked you a question about your appointment time. If you would like to state something before we move forward.
So we spoke about, well, you all spoke about and asked questions, or maybe Dr. Rochelle said something as pertains to our management. And I just have a list of questions. I'm trying to get them up from my phone again, just not prepared for this meeting at the moment. So if you just give me one moment so I can pull those up. And a lot of the allegations, I guess I can speak to this while I pull this up. And I have a plethora of emails as pertains to just certain board members that were put on the board, and how it is actually documented. I don't know if it was, what was it, Channel 2, Channel 5, Channel 2, where you will see Chairperson Weems having the conversation with the other commissioner. The other commissioner actually resigned. And then when we speak about, like this negative view on the agency, the negative view on you all, even when I spoke, I normally never raise my voice. And she yelled at me. This is the same person who contacted me more than 15 to 20 times to try to have a conversation with me. Multiple emails of bullying me, because I would just go back to the meeting minutes and say, hey, this is what happened during the meeting. You were in the meeting, and this is all via email. And I have all this information. Like I said, I wish I would have known I was going to be here. So particular questions that you all say, we were responsible for. And this is a correspondence, I think this was from myself. Basically, I was asking for, I said, hey, provide us an update of all records of all audits that are due. Provide us a record on all finances. Provide us an update on all bank accounts and access to bank accounts. I asked for updates of all physical checks. Where are they? Do they still require 2 signatures? At some point in time, the acting director removed the signature. It's supposed to be 2 signatures. It's supposed to be the active director as well as the chairperson. At some point in time, and correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Weems, she tried to remove your name, your access from the bank accounts. So these are all the things that they're transpiring. And like I said, it's all emailed. It's all documented. It just worries me because it's not necessarily about us. It is about the constituents. That's really what it's about. And we say, well, we're not going to attack you personally, but this is a personal attack. Because the persons that were actually trying to do the work were the persons that were getting persecuted. When we were asking those particular questions, it was one particular commissioner that literally just attacked. Every time Chairperson Weems would open his mouth, would start the meeting, we couldn't get past the adoption of the actual agenda, because this person would just start to, I don't know, just argue, just say all types of crazy things, and then she wouldn't even remember, that person wouldn't even remember what she was actually saying. Her name, Miss Pittman was her name. Ernestine Pittman. And from my time being on the commission for those several months, nothing really got done, because there was this one particular person. Like I said, this was the same person who was calling my phone. At some point, somebody had to turn the phone off, because I'm like, why is it now it's unknown numbers calling my phone, and I only can, ascertain that maybe it was her. So when I sit up here and I'm saying, hey, like, I'm an educator, I'm not a politician, I don't know what's going on here. All I know is I tried to do the best job that I could do. And when I received an email, but it couldn't have been from the chairperson Pitts, because even resignation was spelled wrong. And it was asking me to resign. I said, hold on, I can't resign for something I've only been in for 3 or 4 months. When we started to ask the questions, we started to remove people based off the evidence that we had. Those people came up here and they complained because they weren't doing their job, because they weren't doing PAF, personnel action forms, to actually give somebody a $30,000 increase.
Like, that's ridiculous. Like, persons were giving themselves these increases, and I think, and I talked to the board about it. I was like, hey, we need to get that money back because they're stealing from the board. But then the board was dissolved, so those persons were able to walk away. We didn't steal any money. We were actually trying to, follow the crumbs to get to the persons that were responsible for all this. I appreciate you, Ms. Hall, for this opportunity. Commissioner Arrington, I appreciate you as well. That's really all I have to say. It's really frustrating.
Anything else, Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Dr. White. You mentioned a resignation letter from the chairman. Did that resignation letter state when your resignation would become effective?
It was supposed to be, I guess, effective immediately, if I recall. They gave us a sample letter that we were supposed to submit, and actually, I didn't receive it until, I guess, a day after everybody else received it. Because when I called Chairman Williams, I said, "Hey, did you get an email?" Well, no, he called me, asked me, "Did I get an email?" And I said, "No, I didn't get an email." Then when I got it a day later, I said, "Hey, I did get it, but I'm not going to resign because I've only been in this role for a short amount of time. I don't think I've had enough time to actually continue the process of the persons that need to be removed from the housing authority are some of the employees that they're doing the day-to-day operations. The majority of the stuff that we talked about with HUD is the day-to-day operations that we didn't get involved in. The only thing we got involved in was the persons that were heading up the agency. And there's been several individuals because we had to keep removing them because they didn't have the needed experience. Or they contributed to the 37 out of 100 HUD score, or the 9-0 in indicators, which is ridiculous.
Okay, you referenced the fact that Mr. Weems received his resignation letter, before yours. Attorney Weems, what did your resignation letter say the effective date was to be for your resignation?
Thank you for your question. It actually does not ask for a date of the resignation. It just asks for the resignation to be received by the 15th of July. So that's what it references.
I'm sorry. Dr. White said he thought that his resignation letter said effective immediately, asking him to resign from Chairman Pitts. But you're saying your resignation letter did not say, from Chairman Pitts, did not say that you were to resign effective immediately?
No,
And
in fact, I'm sorry.
it just says that he wanted to receive it by a certain date?
Yeah. So it says, on behalf of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, I'm writing to request your resignation from your position as an appointed member of the Fulton County Housing Authority Board of Directors, effective Monday, July 15, 2024, based on concerns with leadership, stability, and failure to meet business obligations as outlined in the July 10th letter from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. So my read on it is that he was saying that he's basing the decision to ask for a resignation on that decision came on July 15th, and that he's asking us to resign by July 15th. There was no date that we needed to resign by.
Okay. So the letter was dated, the letter from Chairman Pitts was dated July 15th.
It was dated July 10th, actually.
Oh, July 10th.
But it was very convoluted, but it does not say, I need you to have your resignation effective immediately or effective this date. It just says resign, and it says Board of Directors, and then it says effective Monday, July 15th, 2024. But that wasn't the date that we was asked to resign by.
Okay, and so being that you received this letter from Chairman Pitts asking you to resign, but not asking you for a specific date that your resignation would be effective, what was your response to Chairman Pitt's letter requesting your resignation?
Responded to say that I would not resign, that I had done nothing wrong, and that I asked for an opportunity to meet with him, which he did, but he made me come along. Said I could not bring.
Wait, what?
I asked the chairman for an opportunity to meet with him to discuss the matter, along with Mr. Vice Chair, and he did grant me that opportunity. But then he had Harriet call me, I think, yeah, and said that I could not bring anybody. He wanted me to come along.
Was there a reason why he didn't want you to bring Dr. White? I mean,
No, I don't know whether there was what the intention was. He never shared that with me.
even once you met with him, he didn't share why he wanted you to come alone?
No, ma'am. He just told me to make sure I came along.
Well, Attorney Williams, what exactly was the meeting in reference to? Was it in reference to the resignation letter?
Yes, I asked for the meeting with regard to the resignation letter and just trying to explain what I'm explaining now here today, and asked for an opportunity to just be heard so that we had never had the opportunity to be heard by you all. Everybody had already come down and given all the information. And we still haven't had the opportunity to be really heard by you all. So everybody else has had the opportunity. So I simply called to get that opportunity, and for myself and Vice Chair and any other commissioner that wanted to join us, to share what it was that we wanted you all to know with respect to the fact, one, because at that point you all didn't know that it was me who had called HUD. You all didn't know that I called HUD, Commissioner Thorne. You all didn't know that HUD had told us that our staff submitted documents in the Russian language. You all didn't know that we had received zeros and all that. The reason you all didn't know that is because you all told us you couldn't help us. When we all came down here, we all heard you say you all couldn't help us. So we went and started working on our own devices under the law guided by Attorney Patterson to do things that we thought were necessary. But yes, Mr. Chair did ask that I come along, and I did report to his office alone.
Okay, well, since we're allowing our own executive staff to make recommendations based off of conversations that we were not privy to, I would like to ask you if you'd like to share what the conversation was that you had with Chairman Pitts when you met with him, or does this whole thing about, I guess it's a lawsuit or a TPO, I don't know how that impacts what is said today, but if you would like to share what the conversation involved.
Thank you. Thank you for your time to allow me to speak with council. Based on the conversation between myself and the chair, I think it is going to have to be reviewed by the Superior Court.
Okay. All right, so what was your response to the letter that Chairman Pitts sent you asking for your resignation?
I responded in writing saying that I did not wish to resign. I had no intention to resign, that I'd done nothing wrong, that the authority was working towards fixing any issues, and that we offered and asked for the opportunity to speak and be heard with respect to what was happening. And we never got a response from them.
And you never got a response to that?
No, sir. No, ma'am. I reached out to, after sending it, I reached out to Chair and asked him if he had received it, and that's when I asked for the meeting.
All right. So I've heard also people stand before us today and say, allow you to serve the rest of your term, and what exactly does that mean to you? Because I don't think I heard you come up here and say that.
Yes, ma'am. I asked Mr. Chair if he could speak with his colleagues to ask if I could just serve the remainder of my term as chair, and then I'll be done. And Mr. Chair said he would speak to his colleagues to determine, but he never called me back. My term ends on September 30th of this year, which is what gives credence to the argument that this is personal, and this is an attempt to try to besmirch my reputation in as much as September 30th, I'm done. And for this to still go forward suggests that this is something more than just we want a clean board.
So when I think of the term of a board appointee, I'm thinking about the very last day that their appointment is effective. But you said as chair, which would be September 30th, because I appointed you to this. I didn't appoint you chair. That was done by the body of HAFC, your own colleagues on the commission. But I appointed you to this board, and I know for a fact that September 30th, excuse me, is not the end of your term. So you're literally asking not to serve to the end of your term limit. You're asking just to serve for the remaining time, which is not very far away, because you're saying September 30th.
Yes, and the reason why is because if this board takes an action to remove I and my vice chair, you have to go through a procedure and a process with the federal government, giving them your social security number and being vetted in order to pull down federal funds, which is what I have to do periodically, is to get the federal funds. Like as the chairman stated, Fulton County doesn't fund a pen, pad, pencil for the housing authority. It's all from the federal government. So I have to give permission to approve to pull those funds down. The process takes a while. There are other things that my name and my signature are required in order for it to move. If this happens, the housing authority will close today.
I'm sorry.
It will close today. You couldn't pull down any funds. You couldn't sign anything. You couldn't run business because the board chair does have to pull those funds down.
Can I get some clarification on that, Dr. Rochelle, since this project has been assigned to you?
So as far as the reconstitution of the board, on today's agenda, there is an action to appoint new members so that we have the quorum necessary to move forward. I would need to contact HUD about this statement that the Housing Authority would close today. That has never been a part of any conversation that I've had with HUD. I have no knowledge of the Housing Authority closing today because of an action to remove 2 board members. The board will be reconstituted whether or not these 2 members are removed. The plan is to appoint a slate of 5 additional board members. So I'm not clear why the board or why the Housing Authority would close. I am sure there is some administrative action that can be taken to move the responsibility of the board chair to a new chair. Because, again, I have had numerous conversations with HUD. They're well aware of this hearing today. They're well aware of the recommendation that I put forward in consultation with them. And they have assured me that their commitment is to keep this housing authority open. So I do not believe that they would allow the closure of the Housing Authority simply because there is a board chair that's removed on today.
So how long does this process take that the board chair has to go through in order for the work to continue?
For the pull down, drawdowns, generally about a week it takes. But the other concern is that HUD gave us a list of things that we needed to do. One was to hire a contractor to assist, that you heard Dr. Harper reference. That contractor was to be hired by July 25th of this year. We hired that contractor, and then we received an email, or first we received a call from that contractor that stated that the contractor stated that they had received a call from Mr. Biggs, Mr. William Biggs, who received a call from the chairman of the Fulton County, Mr. Pitts, stating to him not to sign our contract and work with us until after this week, which would set the authority up for failure. Because if the authority is not able to actually, the HUD gave us a deadline of the 25th. I have the email where the lady said that Mr. Biggs from HUD was told by someone at Fulton County Chairman's office, I don't know if it was the actual chair or someone else instead, but was told by someone here at the county authority not to do the work until after today, which once again, it lends itself very well that this is a setup, but it's a setup for the authority because the authority is being set up in this instance.
I'm sorry. Okay, so, okay. What was the name of the person who sent you the information stating that Chairman Pitts told them not to do the work?
Tracy. CDR Associates. The person's name is Tracy, though. And that's the email that I sent. Because I sent an email to everyone on this panel on Friday with a copy of that email embedded therein.
You sent an email to all of us?
Yes, ma'am. I did. Tracy Sheffield is the name. And I sent an email on Friday to everybody saying, I'd heard that you all were having a hearing. Please note that I've not received any notice of said hearing, no copy of charges. Please, know that I'm not waiving it, know that Mr. or Dr. White is not waiving it, and we'd like to receive a copy. And by the way, we've now been told that somebody at the county is trying to subvert our attempt to remedy the situation with HUD and is willing to testify to that extent.
Okay.
And we'll be testifying to that extent.
Okay, I see. Thank you, Anita. I see the email. Tracy Sheffield. CRV Associates. And she copied Rosalind Harper, Sharcella Green, Devitrion Caldwell, and please excuse me if I mess your name up, Michael Tonovitz, Courtney Cameron, Shannon Cobb, which some of these are these Housing Authority of Fulton County employees? I see some of them are the CRV Associates and I guess employees, but these other two, Sharcella
Yes, ma'am.
Green and Devitrian Caldwell.
Yes, ma'am. Those three are part of the executive team at the Housing Authority.
Wow, okay. All right. Well, I'd like to make, after hearing what you've just said about you requested just to allow you to finish out your term as chair till September 30th and expressing the fact, and literally at this moment, you have addressed every allegation on here. I'd like to make a substitute motion that we allow Mr. Weems, and I'm still kind of confused about why Dr. White is included in allegations. I guess because this references the entire board. Is the note that I have on here from Dr. Rochelle. But you asked to be able to complete your term because of the work that you all have already done until September 30th. And then let me ask you this. Would September 30th be the day that you would literally resign from the board?
Yes. I don't have any intention of staying beyond that. I wanted to make sure that there was a seamless transition. I wanted to make certain that the work that we were doing was, in fact, continued. I don't go to the Housing Authority. None of us do unless we're asked to come down there to sign checks or have a meeting. So the Housing Authority will continue to run. What I've asked consistently is reconstitute the board by adding the people who have open seats. And if you believe that the issue was Chair Weems and Vice Chair White, I imagine your people will immediately come back and tell you. And then they would have the ability to hold their own vote to remove us from those seats. But we're talking 60 days that I'm gone, and don't intend to come. I apologize because I know you asked, Mr. Hall, but yeah, I think that the work is good work. Just as Dr. White, I'm a product of Atlanta Housing Authority. I grew up in Carver Homes. This is love work. This is hard work, not hard work. And it's free, but I love what we're doing.
You like my quote, huh?
Yeah.
This is hard work.
This is hard work.
Was that a substitute motion?
If Mr. Attorney Weems were you finished speaking?
I wasn't.
Okay.
Thank you. This is the work of the people. As you've heard, the people come up that we've helped. People are glad to see what we're doing. We get people that come in, and the president of the Tenants Association, who represents all of them and her group, they appreciate what we're doing. They appreciate the fact that people are answering the phones now. They appreciate the fact that people are calling them back now. They appreciate the fact that people are not being disrespectful to them when they come up there now, because that's what it's about for me. You're not going to mistreat people in the public. You're not going to not answer the phones. You're not going to let people get sit out. You're not going to let landlords not get their payments. This is what we're doing to protect the people of Fulton County who need the service. And I wasn't going to stand by and allow it to continue to happen, which is why I called HUD in the first instance, Commissioner Thorne.
All right, thank you, Dr. White. Thank you, Attorney Weems. Yes, I'm making a substitute motion to allow Mr. Weems to resign effectively as of September 30th so that he can, in good faith and keeping his good reputation, finish the work that he and now, unfortunately, only Dr. White have done. And
All right.
that's the motion.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. All right, properly moved and seconded. You've heard the motion to allow Mr. Weems to continue as chair until September 30th.
And then that would be his resignation.
And that he would also resign on September 30th. All right, that's the motion before us. Let's vote. Madam Clerk, you ready?
Yes. And the vote is open. And the motion fails. 2 yeas, 5 nays.
All right, back to the main motion, and who's in the queue? There are others that want to be heard. All right, Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you,
Motion
Mr.
on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Barrett, Commissioner Thorne, Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I want to, first of all, thank you, Commissioner Hall, for allowing Mr. Weems and Dr. White to be heard. I think that was important to the proceeding. I want to thank you, Dr. Rochelle, for your efforts in coordinating and getting the information from HUD and bringing this to us in a professional manner. I want to be clear that I want to also thank Mr. Weems and Dr. White for their service. For me, this is in no way a question about either of their integrity or about their willingness to and desire to help the citizens of Fulton County, in particular those who need the housing vouchers. However, we did agree, and I think it's okay for me to talk about, at least at a high level, on what was said in executive session, in the sense that it's all been public anyway at this point, and that is just that all 7 of us in executive session agreed that we would ask for the resignations of each individual member of the sitting board of the Housing Authority so that we could reconstitute a new board, and start fresh. Everybody who's sitting up here agreed to that. And so for that reason alone, and I also, I'm sorry, I'm a little low blood sugar right now, so you have to excuse me, but Commissioner Ellis mentioned that this was not about impeaching anybody's individual character, but rather that sometimes as a body, it's just not working. And I think want to add, and I think Commissioner Ellis may have said this as well, but the board is responsible for maybe not directly doing the day-to-day operations, but they are responsible for how the HAFC is operating. And so because we all agreed to this, I'm going to support the removal. But again, I do want to thank you both for your service, and I want to make it clear that I have no personal issue with any action or behavior of either of you individually. Thank you.
Commissioner Thorne, do you want to be heard?
I'd like to call the question.
All right, is there a second to call on the question?
Second.
All right, let's vote on the call of the question.
Ellis. And the vote is open on call the question. And the motion passes 4 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, back to the main motion, which is to approve.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes 5 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
240496, nomination by the Board of Commissioners for district appointments to the Housing Authority of Fulton County.
All right.
First nomination by Chairman Pitts is for Felicia A. Moore for a district appointment to a term ending July 13th, 2029.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes 6 yeas, 1 abstention.
Next.
Commissioner Thorne has nominated Stephen Davis to a district appointment.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes 5 yeas, 1 nay. Commissioner Ellis has nominated Holly M. York for a district appointment.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes 5 yeas, 1 nay. Commissioner Barrett has nominated Lauren Waits for a district appointment.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes 6 yeas, 1 nay. Vice Chair Abdul Rahman has nominated Ernestine D. Pittman to a district appointment.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, I'll second for discussion. What? All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
Yes, when I was asked to ask my appointee to step down, I went and I asked for her resignation, but I also made it very clear to all members of this board that I would be asking for my appointee to be able to come back in the interim, not to serve the full term, but to come back in the interim based on these two concerns that I had. Since sitting on this board, I have had information, I have had appointees, but I have also had collusion. I have also had individuals that did not allow my appointee to come to several meetings. They blocked her from coming. It is in my opinion, and I express this to my board members, you do not make the whistleblower suffer because the actions of others. Now, why do I say that? On the agenda, in open dialogue, information was given to this body about what's going on or what was going on the Housing Authority. My appointee, Ernestine Pittman, came down here and she gave each and every one of these commissioners information about what was going on. And some of the information, she was very careful not to say names because she knew that it was some information that was explosive. After she did that, we had another whistleblower that came down here to give information. Nobody asked her to come. She came down here on her own volition as a whistleblower. Whistleblowers should not ever be silenced. Whistleblowers should not ever be retaliated against. I'm asking out of fairness as a sitting legislator. Now, one thing that I found out today that I didn't know was that Mr. Weems was going to run against me. But it wouldn't have mattered because he has every right to run. So did the other two people in the primary. I've never told anybody that they can't run. I encourage people to run for office. I don't use this position, unlike other folks, for seeking some type of vitriol or I'm going to get back at a person. Because if I did, I would have kept my own appointee on the board. I offered today openly. I did not see any reason whatsoever other than hearsay for Ronnie Shakur. But I asked him to step down because the Fulton County Housing Authority is Fulton County. It's not Ronnie Shakir's. It's not Vice Chair Commissioner Khadija. It is not Chairman Weems' Housing Authority. It is the Fulton County Housing Authority. And until individuals take the road of it is not about me, I have expressed to my colleagues that in the interim, and this is only until the new bylaws are put in place, I expressed this, that I feel like someone seasoned should be on that board, someone who has made sure that they sent information to every commissioner here, not the ones that probably were favorable to her. And so, because I've had not one but 2 appointees that have been blocked from meetings, that have been silenced, that have been treated with disdain because of somebody's dislike for the appointing person. Truth be told, the vote for everybody's commissioner on the Housing Authority received favorable vote from me, including Chairman Weems. So I want to take that time to rebuke. There's nothing personal about service. And Dr. White, if I said anything to offend you, I apologize. I don't know what I could have said to offend you, but if you found it offensive, and that goes for anyone in this audience, if I offended you, I apologize. But making decisions down here for the greater good, well, sometimes you're going to be offended by it. And so I would ask to allow my appointee, who has been done unfairly, to have the ability to serve in the interim, not the full term. I'm going on record saying the same thing publicly that I'm saying to all these colleagues here, openly. I'm putting her back up for 2 reasons. One, she gave information to HUD. But not only did she give information, she gave receipts. It wasn't hearsay, for one. For 2, she has been blocked. I appointed her in January. She's only been able to go to 3 meetings because of a personal feeling about me. And so I would ask that she be allowed to be on the interim because she was blocked and because she was a whistleblower, and she came down here at the request of the appointing legislator to say what she needed to say openly and in front of everybody. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
I don't have anything against Mayor Pittman. However, reconstituting the board does not involve reappointing the same people that are already on there. If that's the case, then I'm just reappoint my same people. If y'all are gonna reconstitute the board, because I voted no to everyone except for Felicia Moore, who I abstained on. I'm voting no for all of it because I don't believe any of it is legal. I think it was done unconstitutionally and in violation of the due process, of their due process rights. Nonetheless, putting someone back on that was already on there is not reconstituting the board. Also, I think we have to be real careful when we talk about whistleblowing. That goes back to making implications and inferences again about somebody doing something wrong. To blow the whistle on somebody, there has to be something to blow the whistle on. There has to be some violation, right? To blow the whistle on somebody, the referee doesn't blow the whistle unless you've violated one of the rules. And so we need to be real careful about using terms like that because that just again further denigrates people, and I don't believe it's appropriate. So I'm going to be voting no, just like to all of these appointments. I did not do it for Felicia Moore because of my respect for her, but everyone, all the rest of them, I'm voting no to.
Commissioner Ellis?
The vice chair certainly has the right to nominate Ms. Pittman, Mayor Pittman, and that's within her purview to do so. I go back to my statements earlier. This isn't about any particular individual. This is about a reset of the entire board, and this is what we collectively reached an agreement on that we wanted to do and wanted to pursue. Recognize the vice chair that she did state that she was going to potentially seek to reappoint her individual, but I believe a reset's a reset, and thus I believe, not going to cast aspersions on anybody here, but we just need to reset the entire board and move forward. And so I can't support, bringing back on somebody who is previously part of this board.
Commissioner Natalie Hall?
I'm sorry, that was so confusing. You're going to vote to put somebody back on the board that was asked to resign from the board. And actually, let me go back a little bit further. It was shown in the news that this individual verbally resigned in front of the news. That was long before all of this. But now, as it has been stated repeatedly, we're resetting the board, which means that we're removing all the people from the board, period. Not to bring them back. If that was the case, then my motion to allow Attorney Weems to finish out his chair term to September 30th, you would have approved. It's a grave contradiction. Big contradiction.
Vice Chair Abdul Rahman?
County Attorney, a resignation, be it on the news, be it to the chair, is that a resignation that can be accepted legally from my appointee?
So looking at the totality of the circumstances in a situation where a resignation does not occur in the way that you would expect it to, which is this board, the Board of Commissioners, appoints HAFC board members. So you would expect that those board members would submit their resignations to the Board of Commissioners. In this instance, I think I have, as we've previously discussed, I would interpret this to be more of a kind of expression of frustration in the moment. It was not submitted to the appointing authority, nor did this appointing authority take any actions consistent with accepting such a resignation, even if it were proffered.
Thank you, County Attorney. Here again, I stand by my belief that the whistleblower should not be penalized for being the whistleblower. Now, I will respect the will of this board, but it will not keep me from not speaking up as someone who sat on this body, someone who allowed Mr. Weems to finish his term. And by the way, Mr. Weems was appointed in 2018, not 2020. And I allowed him to finish his term. And then when his term ended, I did not reappoint him. I exercise my right to appoint someone else. And that has been met with a problem from day one. Nevertheless, I played by the rules. Nevertheless, I didn't interfere, didn't show up to one meeting, Housing Authority meeting, when my name was called several times. You can see it on Zoom. Several times, my appointees were either physically removed from meetings or barred from coming together at all. And so I stand by what I've said from day one, that I'm going to put her name up. Now, if my colleagues do not feel that is the right thing, I will respect my colleagues, even though, and on this note, Chairman, please forgive me, but I think the audience needs to hear this. I will not go and get another person and put them in place because of political favor. This is what this came down to. Somebody wanted political favor, and they chose to go on that political favor because that political favor was much more important than the will of the sitting commissioner. But I would be remiss if I did not say I don't agree, and I appreciate, Commissioner Ellis, that you respect my right to want to put the person who, two things, she was never, ever given the respect due as a commissioner. She was the one that employees came to and said, let me tell you what I've been asked to do. Let me tell you what's going on. And when she brought it to me as a sitting commissioner, she brought it to everybody in an open forum. So I stand by that statement again. You don't penalize the whistleblower. What is the difference between this situation and City of Atlanta with a commissioner that wanted favor for her daughter? And the IG had to step in and said, no, you can't do this. But you had a group of elected officials that wanted to penalize the IG for doing what's right. I would never penalize anyone for doing what's right. Ernestine Pittman did what was right. Therefore, I put her forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Arrington.
Vocabulary is very important. Definitions are very important. I don't know all of the details of what happened with anyone's appointee or with any of these allegations back and forward. From what I heard today, someone said they wouldn't vote to punish a whistleblower, yet they just voted to remove these two people for blowing the whistle on the staff. Now, how you say you're gonna not vote to remove a whistleblower, to do anything bad against a whistleblower, and then you vote to remove the two people that blew the whistle on the staff? Vocabulary is very important. We don't have, none of us make individual appointments. The word is called nomination. We nominate people individually. Individual commissioners nominate. This full board appoints. So for someone to sit here and repeatedly say, my appointee, the appointees are appointed by the full Board of Commissioners via a vote. What we as individual commissioners do is nominate. And so until we get a grasp on our vocabulary, it's gonna be hard for us to go forward because we don't know the difference between a nomination and an appointment. Then we get stuck in a situation like this where people say they're not gonna do anything to a whistleblower, yet they vote to remove a whistleblower for blowing the whistle. Y'all pray for Fulton County.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
I keep hearing about an appointee being blocked from meetings, and I just want to find out how was this appointee blocked from meetings, because we need to make sure that nobody else is blocked from meetings in this manner. So can somebody answer that question?
I was the one that stated that my appointee, Ernestine Pittman, was blocked from meetings. We also had information given to us by HUD of allegations of meeting times not posted nor given to the appointee. And so I would offer not only that allegation that HUD references in its own information that it sent to us, but there are also other members of the community that would try to come to the meetings. The meetings were not posted until 10 minutes before the meeting, 5 minutes before the meeting, and other nefarious things that were done. So I can't speak for anybody else. I can only tell you what was done that affected my appointee, and that's how my appointee was blocked, because she was never sent the information for the meeting. She would never sent the minutes. And like I said to the county attorney, because we've had several discussions about this, and this information over quite a period of time was brought to the county attorney that she was being blocked. County attorney, not to go into it and belabor the point, but can you just speak to how long ago, in essence, that I brought that to your attention?
And just to remind everyone, I'm still in the queue, and I still have the floor. But I will.
You asked the question, so I was trying to get
answer.
her answer.
I do want to hear
I have been
this.
presiding. I'm going to continue to preside today. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you,
Vice,
Mr.
just a
Chair.
minute. Vice Chair Abdu Rahman has asked a question of the county attorney. County attorney,
I
you
do
may
want the
respond.
county attorney to respond. Yes.
While I don't recall the precise date upon which this issue was first brought up, I can say that it's been a number of months, I would say at least more than 3. That's not precise, but it gives you a sense of the duration.
That's correct. And the appointee was appointed in January. And so even if we go on the lower end, having brought that to your attention 3 months ago, you're talking about an appointee that was not allowed to be part of the democratic process for more of the term that she was on there than the time that she actually went to the meetings. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Yes. So what is being said then, to get some clarity on this, is that this appointee was not physically blocked, but was not receiving any more meeting notices as it relates to the dates and times of the meetings? Is that what I'm hearing? Just, can I get some, Ms. Attorney Williams, please.
To answer your question, Commissioner Hall. Former Commissioner Pittman was, I think, appointed in January. She had knee surgery in February. She could not attend other than by Zoom. She attended via Zoom, I believe, in February. In March, she didn't attend because she said a doctor's appointment or something was going on. In April, she attended because we were on the news. In May, she chose not to attend. So I'm not sure. There was never been a meeting. One, the board nor the chair send out, create, or control meeting notices. We don't control anything with respect to that. That is controlled by the staff. The staff sets the meetings. The Zoom belongs to the staff, the office, and they send the notices out and they publish the notices. So if the employees were talking to Commissioner Pittman as Commissioner Abdul Rahman has suggested, I would imagine they would have, in all their talking, told her when the meetings were.
Thank you, Attorney Weems.
And Commissioner Hall, I find it
Ma'am.
may I?
Yes, ma'am.
To
Mr.
piggyback
Chair,
on-
this is not germane to,
Yeah.
this is out of order.
Yeah, I
This
agree.
is not the way you entertain stuff
Come
in
on.
terms of
I had a
consider.
question
This is out of
that
order.
nobody
Commissioner?
answered,
What's your
and
question? No,
they
what's your-
stepped up to
Commissioner
answer.
Hall, what's your question?
I already asked it. Go ahead,
No,
Attorney.
This is
ma'am,
out of order.
You're out of order, ma'am. That's
So we're
it.
being
Thank you. Thank you. What else, Commissioner Hall?
How is she out of order answering my question?
Do you have anything else?
How is she out of order answering my question?
Do you have anything else?
How is she out of, Madam County
All right.
Attorney, how is she out of order answering my question?
The motion before us, the motion on the floor is to approve Mayor Pittman. That's what the discussion is all about at this time.
How is she out of order answering my
I
question,
rule that it's out of
Madam
order.
County
Just a minute,
Attorney?
just a minute, Madam County Attorney. You're the parliamentarian. I'm going to rule that is not before us now. I will entertain a motion to overrule my ruling. Is there such a motion? Is there such a motion? Thank you. Back to the main motion, which is to approve Mayor Pittman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails. 2 yeas, 2 nays, 2 abstentions.
All right, fails. Next item.
2409497, nomination by the Board of Commissioners for the Board of Registration and Elections Chairperson to replace Kathy Woolard to an unexpired term ending June 30th, 2025. Vice Chair Abdul Rahman has nominated Sharon Allen as Chairperson to replace Kathy Woolard.
All right, are other nominations? Any other nominations at this time? Any other nominations? All right, nominations are closed. On the floor is a motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 6 yeas, 1 abstention.
Any other matters that come before us today?
No further items.
All right, and before, let me correct the record on one thing here. That my reference to sexual harassment was that was meant to address a situation that was brought to this board's attention by a member of the public, and never did Mr. Weems' name, want the record to be clear, come up, and his name never came up in that regard. We are adjourned.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.